Hello, I think, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to wait until this actually tells me that it's live. It's been ages since I've done one of these. I could be talking to myself for the first few minutes, but I think it is. I think it's actually going. If chat fancies to let me know you can actually hear me, that would be very helpful. Prematurely boomering all of this. Doodaloo. I'm seeing nothing in chat. Either that or there's a delay. How peculiar. Ah, yes, apparently I am audible. Fantastic. Yeah, huge delay. Well, that's good. I don't know how this game's going to work, but fingers crossed. I've got countryside internet, so that could go, actually, it's only likely to go one way, isn't it? It's likely to go terribly, but who cares? We'll see what happens. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You're joining me on this stream, so I assume you're fine with being complicit in genocide, because I'm reliably told that that's what we're doing if we do this. I actually did, I played this a little bit last night, because I was impatient, but I only did the prologue, so I have some thoughts on the prologue, but I thought we might as well start again, just for the privilege of ladies and gentlemen in the chat, which I will try and keep an eye on as we go, because this is in theory also the 100,000 subscribers Q&A thing that apparently people need to do. If I'm too quiet, bear with. I'm just gonna fuck around with this a bit. Is that better? I think that's gonna be better. So yeah, I'm gonna try and keep an eye on chat whilst also playing, whilst also streaming for the first time in however long. And we are going to get into Hogwarts Legacy, which is on your screen now, in theory. So, since we are doing Genocide Simulator, and I'm told that if you play this game, you are a Nazi, we are going to make an Aryan character. I think that's only right. Either that, or we show our support to the embattled community by creating a character who isn't me. Who looks sufficiently Aryan, though? That's the question. I did make someone yesterday who looked quite Tomorrow Belongs to Me. I think it might be this guy. We'll have a go. I know some people spent 3 hours on character creators. I don't have that patience, frankly, so I'm gonna just go ahead with this. I don't think anyone's interested in character creators, are they? I hope not, because you're not gonna get one. He has to be blonde, very blonde, because the white race. I think the stream's already demonetized. Yeah, hold on. I can indeed. Sorry, Tim. Give me a second. I think moderators might be overloaded. Add as moderator. Tim Hannibom is now a moderator. Either that or I misclicked and you've been banned. I don't know. We'll find out in a second, won't we? What we don't want from our master race person is any imperfections. Sorry to all you freckly people in the chat, but you are frankly imperfect. And he looks quite Nazi-ish, doesn't he? I think that's, yeah, blue eyes, that's all good. The eyebrows, however, are not matching. I don't think. Where's eyebrow? There it is. I'm hoping this game has gone, because I predicted we're streaming on this over at Mr. Brown Alliance a couple of days ago when I said that I thought Hogwarts Legacy would go out of its way to answer some of its critics by sort of going overboard on the accessibility stuff. It has, I think. I'm hoping we don't have to go through all of that again. When I set this up, you've got literally every possible option under the sun for partially blind, completely blind, partially deaf, partially colorblind, completely colorblind, people who don't like bright things, epilepsy stuff. It's a very accessible game, which is not a bad thing. Just not very fun to set up. What are we doing? Voice. I have a deep voice, so we're going to go down here.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
What you will learn very quickly from this game is that your main character has about as much personality as I put it on Twitter, like a self-service checkout. He has none. The voice acting generally in this game is it's what it is. You'll hear some as we go. And I'm shit at names, so chat, I might defer to chat. Should I defer to chat on names? Asking chat for names seems like a really, really quick way to get myself banned. But if you have that, what are we thinking? Like Gandalf, Spittler, that could work. Oh yeah, I'm terrible at this. Sorry. Names. We're gonna go for. Someone is suggesting Little Platoon, which is like almost top marks for being really unimaginative, but at the same time, no marks. Aryan. No, I actually don't want to be demonetized. I'm not going to call him Aryan Chad. No. So what do we think? I've got, for some reason I've got Gandalf in my head, but Gandalf is in like semi-Hitler. Like that. Gandalf. And then something that isn't Hitler. We've reached the Hitler stage of stream already. Adolf the Spitter we've got. Grandel Harwin, Gandalf, Hitler. Yeah, we could do that. Or problem being suggested Owen Jones, which is really tempting. It's just that I can't make my character look like that much of an insufferable ass. So it's not going to be Owen Jones. J.K. Rowling's been in trouble because there's a trans character in this game, in case you missed. The character is named Sirona Ryan, I think it is. Sirona is an Irish goddess, but because the people who really hate J.K. Rowling are insane, they've decided that if you just get rid of the last 3 letters from Sirona, it becomes Sir Ryan, and apparently that's J.K., who has nothing to do with the writing of this game, inserting her usual phobias and istics into the writing of the game she's not writing. So that's sane and sensible in the world of the TRAs. Surname, what was I thinking? I'm stuck for a surname. Weinstein. Someone suggested Weinstein. We're going to go for that. Just because we are not actually in this stream to watch me struggling to name things. I'm going to be cheap, and I'm going to leave difficulty on normal. I'm not a games journalist, so I'm not going to go for story. But I'm also trying to keep an eye on chat and don't want to die every 2 seconds, so I'm not going to go on hard. We are going to go and start the journey as this fine, strapping young chap. So yeah, the prologue, which we're about to get to. The prologue is it's a thing. It's interesting. There's some writing stuff that you will probably pick up on as we go. I'll just make sure that these levels are actually right. Hold on.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me all the time.
So just make sure you keep track of all the exposition that's about to follow.
Eleazar! George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatergoers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
So naturally, I'm all for this because it's prim and proper and Victorian. However, there is a nice little detail coming up plot-wise. You know, the lack of an apparent horse guiding the carriage. It's flown by one of those, what are they called? The dead horse things. You can only see them when you're dead. There's a nice little touch sort of coming up as to how they reveal that. But it's yeah, we'll see how it goes. So basically, that's just the pre-cutscene. The whole first chunk of the prologue is all cutscene, when you have to keep in track of a lot of stuff. So you've got all these new characters. Your main character is already a little bit, I wouldn't say Mary Sue, but you've got the kid who is sort of disarmingly powerful for no explained reason. Everybody likes him. He has magic powers he hasn't earned, and he becomes the focus of everyone's lives in pretty short order. Which is, you know, I mean, you can work your way out of that as the game continues.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
A new student.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
See, this is exposition for the
Mr.
audience's
Osric is
sake,
prone to
because
flattery.
my character should already know
I
all
dare
of
say
this.
it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Have you seen this?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via
Thank
her
you,
owl.
Bottle-bound rogue, but
with no
not for the pun,
correspondence.
because I want to kill you
I
for
can
that.
only assume
But
She
thank
had
you
to get
anyway.
rid of it quickly to keep it safe.
Presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I.
Oh, shit. Given my character's power set, I missed the opportunity just to create Rey Skywalker, didn't I? I think that would have been the thing. Uniquely powerful individual who can unlock
Well, it's
all magic
weird.
objects through
How
sheer
did you
force
wait?
of her own brilliance. Damn.
We did.
Better replay this. And then surprise dragon. That's the nice little touch. You know he's dead now. Not just because he saw a dragon literally destroy his half of the carriage, but you can see the horses now. That's actually not a bad little lore touch.
The key! Give me your hand! Are you all right? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
It's me not paying attention. Yeah, my main character actually really selling how hurt he is. This will be a common theme going forward. If you want to convey emotion from your main character,
What happened?
don't listen to him.
George.
You just have to sort of imagine it onto his
I can't
character.
believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But
Obligatory
that key
control
you
prologue.
discovered was clearly a port key.
So this is the
An
thing.
item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
The professor is explaining to us. Now I don't know because I've not played all of this game. Maybe this is like a twist that comes up later.
I'm feeling better,
So
sir.
we've
If you'd
begun
like to
with
look around a bit.
immense exposition dump.
I would.
Where you're introduced
But
to
stay
yourself. You're
close.
introduced to the professor who
We've
you
no
already
idea who
know.
created this port
He's
key.
introduced to his own wife, whom he
Why?
already knows. we have to be told about his friend's important role in the ministry, all of that stuff, you know, this is who I am, this is how long I've been alive, this is what I've been doing, this is my relationship with you, etc. ad nauseum, etc. ad nauseum. Here is a magic key, here is a dragon attack. The magic key, as they're falling through the sky, the magic key is the thing that Professor, whatever his name is, Fig, wants very much to get a hold of, even as he's falling to his apparent death. According to that dialogue we just had, he didn't know it was a port key at the moment he was desperately trying to grab it, which seems to me
How far did that
a little bit
port key take us?
odd.
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the
There are also
Scottish
things I
Road.
like about this
So,
game, by the way,
those
but
things.
and then this,
The
like,
port key
port
was
key
meant
to
to lead us
mystical
there.
location.
I
He
do.
knows instantly from
This
looking
has
at
not
this,
been
as you
the
can see
day
here, this is
either
quite
of us
clearly the
expected.
Scottish Highlands. It couldn't
But
be anywhere else in
Miriam
the world.
sent that port key to George for a reason.
Okay, I guess he
And
must be
believe
familiar with
that
it.
She, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be.
It's not very faded at all. I mean, it's really quite clear, my dude. So yeah, as I say, there are things I do actually like about this game, having played beyond this prologue. There are a lot of things that are just like... The writing generally is like this for all of it that I've played so far, which is a
good
little bit
question.
disappointing. Some of the mechanics are okay.
Miriam
I
spent
think
years
the fighting
searching
gets a
for
bit more
evidence of a
exciting.
long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
And then you get like all of this exposition stuff. Jump up and down cliff. All of this exposition stuff. He had to be told
Yes,
earlier in the carriage
a powerful
what his
magic
wife had
wielded
been
by a
doing,
rare
but
few
here he knows
that
exactly what his wife has
seems
been
to have
doing.
been
And
lost
again, I
to
don't know if
time.
this clears up later in the game or not, but it's just like little things like that. And then, spoiler alert, so we start in
Hogwarts
London, we're now in
Castle
Scotland.
is
We are about
built
to
by
go
and
back
is
to
itself a
London and then back to
stronghold of
Scotland,
that
all
ancient
within
magic.
the first
I don't know where she
kind of
came into
10
possession
minutes,
of the port key.
which is, yeah, like,
But I
again,
am
if you're
certain
writing
it was to
prologues
do
to
with
stuff,
that
you don't
search.
ideally jump
There's the
backward and
path down
forward
below.
from one half of the
This
country
way.
to the other in the space of 5 seconds, while characters are just throwing information at you. We haven't even touched on the goblin stuff.
Why was your wife
Goblins are not
searching
Jews,
for
by the way.
evidence of
Just
lost
gonna throw
magic?
that out there. Though I will
Miriam
joke as if they
wanted to
are. because you
understand
have
why
to.
such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Thank you, Kalex. I'm not gonna accept that I'm good because this is like I haven't done this for months.
not cold
This is
enough
gonna
here.
be clunky as hell. I
It
apologize.
appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing.
Yes, I've been
Focus on the
practicing my wand
center.
work. I practice my wand work. Usually at night. Another little so there's a couple of little technical glitches that you'll spot as well. Yeah, I don't care. Go away. One of them is if your character is blonde, which mine is because area. It sort of emanates its own light source. That'll become way clearer later on, but there are occasions when you're like, there's no light behind you and your hair is just glowing radioactively, which is not like a crime, it's just a little bit lazy. Also, if you accidentally walk near objects, I don't know if this will work. Oh no, that one didn't. In the school, when you get there, you accidentally destroy the common room just by walking around it. Get like within a foot of anything on a table, it will probably explode.
We're close now. It's just ahead.
Someone in chat said they thought it was an open world game. It is later on. I mean, this is a obviously heavily scripted bit of it. Once you get to the school itself, it does open out. I mean, I think you're still limited to the school grounds and Hogsmeade. But it is much more open world at that point. I also like, you know, have you been practicing your wand work? Well, apparently all I need to do that, what he just did, is just wave it around and say reparo. Like the magic spell jingo of J.K. Rowling's world is quite fun. It's just like, think of any verb and add an O on the end of it, or an I-O on the end of it.
Almost there.
Confusio. Playo the game. Then it will take over for me. Thank you, Movie Cynic. This is not pre-recorded. If this were pre-recorded,
Why would someone
yeah, I would
build
be doing
this
something
here?
nefarious.
I
I just got the
suspect they
joke.
valued their
If it were
privacy.
pre-recorded, though, it would be much higher quality.
That
Don't worry.
port key led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
So yes, let's look around for anything that seems out of place. Now, if I remember correctly, whatever seems out of place... Oh, for God's sake. Yes, go away, that's all good. It tells you, usually, what's out of place, because there's a little square on the things you're supposed to go and look for. Although, I must confess, I'm playing on an ultra-wide monitor for the first time,
Professor,
and everything looks really
this
different.
statue.
This may
So
have
I've
been
slightly
his
lost my
home.
bearings. We are, yes, Mysterious Temple. May have been this chap's home. Will this be important information going forward? Probably not. Well, not imminently. There is, however... Is that a chest? No, there's not a chest. People leave, like, very convenient gold around in this game.
Professor, it's a mural of some kind.
Perhaps our host was a noted seer. Interesting.
Very interesting. Now I'm actually going to follow my map. Just establishing gameplay mechanics. Yes. So, remember how we could jump up stuff earlier? That's not a thing anymore, because there are stairs next to it. So you're not allowed. I like my mechanics to be consistent. Great stuff, game. Congratulations.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking?
So a recurring
this?
theme is that
Professor
my
Fig!
little Nazi chap can see things nobody else can see. We will learn why later on. The actual answer is that he, or like basically alone in this game, is able to check like ancient magic. He can see ancient magic.
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
I can't. Oh no, I don't have to shoot this one. You either shoot or you press square. That's usually how this game goes.
Merlin's name?
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be fielding questions in the chat. Yes,
Godric's
I have to
heart.
split my attention.
Where
Alan
are
Earl
we?
asks, how do you
I don't
feel
believe
about
it.
the idea of making media more accessible to those who would normally struggle to experience it? For those in the autism spectrum with auditory sensitivities, I'm generally fine with that kind of thing. Like, the more accessible, the better, unless it's sort of pandering accessibility. If it's actually meeting a set need that people have, and it objectively helps more people
Hello?
play the game, then that's good. If it's like we are pandering to a non-existent community, that like changing names to Latins to make it more acceptable to left-wing people, that's accessibility too far. And it's a Jew, a goblin. Definitely a goblin.
It can't be.
So we are, by the way, and again, we'll find this out in a moment. We are back in London. We've actually arrived back at Gringotts. So, if you were to write this, I guess, in a slightly more sensible way, the game starts in London. It's probably an idea to get the London stuff out of the way rather than jumping forward and backward and forward and backward. There's no necessary reason I don't think you couldn't have done everything we've just seen in London itself. I think that would have made more sense.
The key? Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'm going to mispronounce the
This
names,
way,
but
then.
from what I can see, I think it's Noel Migliazza? I don't do Italian, sorry. Am I doing Rings of Power Part 3? Yes, eventually. I have to get Avatar out of the way. I'm hoping that will be done by Sunday, and it will be out of my life forevermore, because it's 3.5 hours. Longest video ever made by me. And it's really killing me at this point, but it's nearly done. Hopefully on Sunday it'll be good.
Keep your hands inside the cart.
Anyone who remembers the
don't wish
first
to lose
book,
them.
by the way, the first Harry Potter book, will sort of remember at least the analogue for this sequence. Obviously, Harry's first visit to Gringotts has a very similar setup to it. But that's a really interesting comparison, actually. I went back and like reread the first bit of the first book last night after playing this,
In fact,
just to see what the sort of how the world is introduced to people differently. I think the game has a problem because the game doesn't really know how much pre-existing knowledge the audience takes in, and so it sort of in places relies on pre-existing knowledge, and in other places doesn't have confidence in that. So it will explain what portkeys are, for example, because it doesn't think the audience will remember what those are. But its approach to introducing the wizarding world generally is much more vague and non-specific, relying on pre-existing knowledge. You sort of have to pick one, I think. If you're doing a game like this, either bank on everyone knowing the world, or being able to discover it later on in piecemeal, or introduce it to everyone as though it was something new, with a couple of little Easter eggs for the people in the know. That's generally how I think we should go about it. You often find sequels in books will reintroduce all of the main plot elements in summary form in the first 2 chapters, because they want to remind people of what went before, while also including people who hadn't read the thing that went before. This game doesn't really do that with much finesse, which is a shame. But there are, again, I keep stressing there are actually things to like about it. We just haven't got to them yet.
Vault number?
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing. Like the glow you saw on the porky container? No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
We were just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank.
There's also
Where anyone goes
a kind of
there
interesting
anymore.
comparison, because what this game, I think, tries to do in this sequence, and I think we'll probably try and do more later, is to sort of build up this idea of conspiracy in high levels, and the way in which you tease that, there's an interesting comparison, because actually, I mean, J.K. Rowling is a pretty abysmal prose stylist, but for ideas and like delivery of concept, she's brilliant. Obviously, that's the reason everybody loves the Harry Potter series. But she's actually very good at that sort of the building conspiracy stuff. It is the basis of books. Is it 5 through 7 when you gradually get the Ministry of Magic being infiltrated, and then you get the payoff at the end when you learn the Ministry has fallen off screen, but you could kind of see it coming. Oh, for God's sake. You could kind of see it coming way before. She does that, I think, quite well. I remember anyway when I was reading and growing up thinking, yeah, she does the building darkness really well. This game does. My character has the unique ability to see dark magic or ancient magic, and he sees nasty light symbols on bad things. Therefore, conspiracy. Which again is not like, it's not the most engaging of setups, I don't think. I love the idea. I mean, like, this idea, I think the backstory for this game is that there is this like goblin rebellion. Jewish rebellion, Goblin rebellion.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
And
I'm not sure.
they are getting in increasingly high places. We'll see some of them later on as well. They're the evil guys. But our lead up to this is just, well, here's a newspaper in a carriage before we get hit by a dragon, which explains, like, yeah, this is the big bad guy. And then we have Professor saying, yes, he is big bad, isn't he? And then his friend saying, yes, no, he's very bad indeed. How much of a threat do you think he is? Well, I think he's a very big threat indeed, don't you know? It's a little bit on the nose. And yeah, I get, like, the argument, which is... Well, no, it's not even an argument. It's sort of a presupposition, which is that game dialogue or game storylines just don't tend to be up to the power of film. Actually, film is generally decreasing to the power of games, but it's not a necessary thing. There are very well-written games as well. You don't have to be lazy when you're writing a video game. This is how you learn spells. It's reasonably simple. I've said that, so I'm going to fuck it up now. You get chased by a red thing. I don't know what that is, sort of diegetically in universe, not sure, but
Revelio.
anyway.
There, I saw something. Move a bit closer and try again.
TXAG007 asked if this all takes place before Harry Potter. Yeah, we are in the 1800s, I think, in this game.
Well, that's a start.
So quite a bit
There's that
before.
symbol again.
You
I
won't,
don't
you
suppose
shouldn't,
you
I
see a
don't
way to-
think,
I do, Professor.
meet
That
anyone
symbol has
that
the
you would have
same
met
glow as
in
the one
the
I saw
Harry
on
Potter
the
books.
porky container.
Or even, I don't
If
think,
what
the
you
Fantastic
can
Beasts
see
ones.
reveals the
But
way
you will
forward,
find a lot of very
then I dare
familiar
say we are
names.
about to discover the secret
Like
of
quite a
this
lot of
vault.
very familiar
Lead the
names.
way.
I would lead the way if you let me. A lot of very familiar names. There's a few Weasleys who pop up. I think Fig is... There's a Fig in the Harry Potter books, isn't there? There's a few... Oh,
This is no
who's the
ordinary
headmaster?
vault.
There's a couple of
suspect we
Blacks
will
in
need to
Sirius
earn
Black's
our way
family.
out of here.
That's like... I'm not sure how that actually fits into Harry Potter lore, because I'm not
This is some
all
sort of
that familiar
test.
with the backstory stuff.
I do.
I suspect it's much
But to
more to
what
do
end, I
with...
can't
Hey, this
say.
is a name you remember, right?
Stay
Remember?
close.
Remember
There will be no
Weasley?
disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
Yeah, the game does become less
I see
handholdy
something
than
up
this.
ahead.
I promise.
What is it?
We'll get there.
That glow again, but on the floor.
Although, I think it probably is sort of worth keeping in mind that as far as both of these people know, they have just been attacked by a dragon. Excuse me, they have just used the magic portkey to nowhere. Professor Fig has just seen an old friend
When
of
I
his
moved
be
towards
eaten
the
by a
glow,
dragon.
It suddenly seemed as if the ground
We've sort of
was
forgotten
swirling
all of that. Like, no one's
you
really
all right?
reacted to
Yes,
it
sir,
or
I'm fine.
remembered any of it. It's like that scene in
You
Willow
seem to have
where the
caused
lovely
the
old
floor
man,
to
the only
change.
half-likable character
That
who is guiding them
statue.
safely through the world,
What statue?
gets himself shot in the back, and then like they
See
never
some sort of
address it again.
statue, but only as a
And
reflection in the
it's
floor.
always comically bad. This isn't like that bad, but it is still a thing. Do I know Lumos yet? I wasn't paying attention. Determine how to proceed. Yeah, I'm doing that.
There must be something to that reflection.
Oh, I see.
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait, when you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
I also like I am not
Perhaps you should cast
I'm not a
Lumos.
fan of puzzle games. I'm quite an impatient person when it comes to this kind of thing. Even so, I am hoping the puzzles in this game do advance beyond the thing you are about to witness. Because even me, who doesn't play puzzle games at all, breeze through this. Yes, I'm trying to... There we
Lumos.
go.
Well done.
You have
Now
to
the
line
reflection's
him up
turning towards me.
with his
does
own
follow the
reflection.
light.
There you go. I'm sure there are more complicated puzzles in the game. I just haven't found any of them yet.
Look out!
Oh, yes.
Protego!
Note to self, do not watch chat while being attacked by giant suits of armor.
Defendo! Levioso! Deposo!
Any Harry Potter nerds in chat will be able to inform me whether they've changed the lore here. When it says Levioso, I distinctly remember it being Leviosa, not Levioso. That's actually doing something here rather than just... Oh dear. Yeah, that's another thing. If you played, like, any Demon Souls game, your reactions are way too quick for this game. So, like, you go and you try and block, and then take them about 3 hours to finally get around to it. I can't believe this little subject.
Exposo!
Come on.
Levioso!
Yes. Yeah.
Levioso! Exposo!
Yeah, combat in early game is quite snappy, but it's basically just 2 buttons. But also aiming is an arse. However, I think it does get better. Like, you learn spells, like, you need to learn a couple more spells quite early on as soon as you get to the school. And they have like tactical advantages that you learn the levitating one, which
Stay close!
disables people who are blocking, I think. And that adds a bit more variety to it. But I'm kind of like looking for a bit more by way of your basic attack, because that's a little bit tedious.
Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Where am I supposed to go?
So, yeah, I've heard people complain about this in God of War
Wisps of
Ragnarok,
magic
is it?
seem
When
to
like,
be
you
leading
arrive
me
at a
somewhere.
puzzle, and before you even started trying to figure out the puzzle, someone just appears on your shoulder and tells you exactly what to do. This is one of those moments. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, well, there's nice little magical tendrils of jizz going through the air,
That's where they're
and
leading me. That glow
that's
again.
where I have to go. So that's nice. I mean, we're talking about accessibility earlier, and I guess that it's accessible to people who can't be bothered to figure things out for themselves. That's accessibility of a kind.
Lumos.
This puzzle took me, I think, 5 seconds yesterday, which I guess is probably embarrassingly long, because what you actually have to do is... do I have to reveal them first? I've just embarrassed myself further. You have to reveal them, that's the one.
This time.
And then rather than do them all individually, you get them all pointing to the convergence point.
Seems I have no choice.
And this is where I have to
find my way out
kill
of
more
here.
people. So I'm gonna... Yeah. 10 out of 10 voice acting, someone says in chat. Yes, oh for God's sake. Stop reading chat while being attacked.
Protego.
Someone in chat said 10 out of I know how to reveal my... Oh, wait. 10 out of 10 voice acting is what I was trying to get to. Yes, it really is. Some of the voice actors were a little bit better than the others. Your main character could well be an AI for all. It sounds like... You know how they've been doing James L. Jones's voice digitally for Darth Vader? And they did Mark Hamill de-aged voice for the Book of Boba Fett. And it sounds like human, but just not quite all there. That's what your protagonist sounds like all the way through this game. Some of the voice actors are a bit better than that. Too quick. But most of them are not. In fact, all of the kids are cool. Right up. I have time to defend and block before these people actually get around to hitting me. Usually because I defend too early, which is not. Yeah, that's not terrible. Stop racking up.
Stupid one. Stupid one.
Yeah, you see what I mean about like really spammy combat? This is that. Is that enough now? I think that's been down. Goodo.
Lumos.
You do get your first duel with an actual wizard reasonably quickly once you arrive in the castle. But it is like a training thing. Follow the tendrils of Jizz to the next location. Mouse asked if I'm using a PlayStation controller. I'm actually using a PlayStation because, very sensibly, I thought to myself when I was buying the game, I'll probably stream this. And then, rather than buying it on Steam, which would have made an awful lot of sense for streaming purposes, I instinctively bought it on the PS5 and then had to spend 2 days figuring out how my capture card works because I haven't used that in a long ass time.
There you
Hello
are.
there, ask how far I plan on getting
How
today.
did you-
I don't really
What is
mind.
this
I have
place?
no
I
plan.
don't know.
All my plans for tonight are just
I found
this and
this
streaming because I
floating
haven't
above
actually
that
streamed on my channel for a
basin.
good long time. So I'm
That
just
is
going to be
only a
going on this
basin.
for a few hours. We'll see how far we
That
get
is
before
offensive.
I've either run out of whiskey or
For
run out of
viewing
energy,
memories.
or my controller has run out of battery, or you've all disappeared. We'll see what
I
happens.
wonder.
Hold on. The pensieve is the memory thing, if you remember the books, which they changed the mechanics of several times during the course of the books and the films. In this version, you drown yourself to watch other people's memories, or in this case, another exposition dump. Backstory time. This is not Dumbledore.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
May be impossible to follow. It will only be
I
impossible
can
for one
deny
who cannot see traces of
Tim's
ancient magic
accusation
like I can.
that someone else is playing this
Your
game while I'm
ability
the
to
one
see what
commenting.
others cannot will
Absolutely not.
be enough,
I
personal.
don't have real life friends. What are you talking about? You people are my
the one
friends.
who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge. And the
I
responsibility.
have noted
that
the
accompanies it.
suggestion, Vespir, about the volume. I will change
done all
that
that we can.
once I've got out of cutscene. SFX down. Good idea.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam.
TNT
and
Nuke
perhaps
asks
George,
if Rookwood is a
died in
minor character in the
pursuit
books.
of
It's
knowledge that has been
possible,
dormant for
or
centuries.
it's someone who shares the same surname like an ancestor.
you,
There's a few
it seems,
ancestors in this game.
Are the key to
So I
understanding
don't know.
why.
I don't remember him in the books either, I have to say, but he might be there.
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I don't know why Dumble Corridor has made me giggle, but it did. Well done.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit.
This is the big evil Jew goblin, not goblin even.
No need for that.
Not Ragnarok.
Just give me
Ranrock.
whatever
That's
it
definitely
is
what
you
they were
found
going for
here,
though.
We can let bygones be bygones.
It's a slightly unusual choice. I think there is a goblin rebellion in the backstory for Harry Potter, and this is what this is.
Sir, they
It's
have
just
the key
not
to
the
vault.
most conventional villain to take. Like, if a guy's 3 foot tall, he's not exactly going to be very imposing, which means you have to find other ways to make him seem terrifying. They've gone for red eyes,
Sir,
which is
I must
just
insist.
lame.
I
They
was
do
granted
try and make him
access
seem very
only to one with
powerful
the key,
momentarily, which
and
is
you didn't have
better.
it.
But I had to ask myself while watching all of this, like, how do these people get in? This is what I was talking about, the conspiracy thing from earlier. They've got into one of the deepest vaults in Gringotts, and if you remember your Harry Potter lore, Gringotts has all kinds of defensive measures in place to stop that happening. It's got dragons, it's got spells and hexes and enchantments, and the goblins themselves are very powerful and magical. And when I think, yeah, because Harry has to break into it, doesn't he, in like the last book or the penultimate book. So what I'm guessing would happen in this is that there's a goblin conspiracy, and some of the Gringotts goblins are in the conspiracy, and they let the guy in. We don't get that from any of the prologue stuff, though, so I'm just going to sort of keep an eye on that later on to see if that is what happens. Otherwise, he's just managed to get here because it's convenient for the plot that he be here, and that's that rising. This guy, I'm pretty sure I'd be in the Jedi Order game. Isn't that one of the villains in one of the temples? These weird giant sword statues. Oh yeah, someone in chat said, the man says it looks like the metal thing from Thor 1. It kind of does. This doesn't shoot a laser beam out of its head. Now watch this.
Are you all right?
This segue back to the plot is
Fine,
quite
sir.
special, which is
I've never seen so powerful a goblin.
it's
He
coming.
seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
That's the segue. So yeah, attacked by dragon, friend seemingly dead, mysterious temple, mysterious port key left by I think dead wife. Warp to Gringotts, into Gringotts, deep mystery, into the vault, get attacked by a goblin, which gets attacked by giant statue thing, then mysteriously teleport to Hogwarts for reasons as yet unexplained. And the segue is just, well, we've got to get to the sorting ceremony, don't we? On with the plot, the other plot. Remember, we were doing that, we have to go to school. That's a transition. It's just anyone who hasn't got this yet, by the way, you can play all of this as soon as the game is seemingly installed. And then you will find, as I did, that you complete it, and then you get stuck on this screen because it has to install an 18 gigabyte HD texture pack, which takes a while. So, yeah, I'd advise once you've got the game, if you haven't already, just wait basically a day, and then it will probably all be installed. Sparks 7907, thank you for the super chat.
Oh,
what are my
good.
thoughts on
We haven't missed the
Fallen
sorting
Order?
ceremony. I'm no expert, but
Because I get the second for free training.
seems more appropriate.
Could be the skeleton something good for 2 though.
No.
Yeah, I think I agree.
I need to study this locket as soon as I can.
It was
but
nice
first I must
to
contact
see
the
a
Ministry.
game which
They
was
need to know what happened to
basically
George,
completed
who was warned of Ranrock.
and all fully functional.
For the
Anyone who
moment,
remembers playing
I
old
ask that you keep
Lucasfilm
all
games
that's
or
happened
LucasArts
this evening
games
between
didn't
you
happen often. They
and me.
frequently rushed
Of
them.
course, sir. Thank you.
And the story was okay, I thought, and
Ready
Cal
for the
Kestis is
sorting
actually
ceremony?
kind of a half-decent main character. He actually has a character, unlike the kid we're playing here. So yeah, I don't think it was quite deserving of the praise it got, but I think it did deserve some praise. And if they improve on some of the less interesting aspects of the Fallen Order, then the second one should be interesting. And it's set a good few years later, and
Phineas,
there's more
I'm
main
jealous.
characters, which hopefully will
Black.
pad out the game a bit. Yes, back to this
Prepare
game though.
yourself to meet
Here is another
the
callback.
headmaster.
I'm assuming Phineas Nigellus Black is Sirius Black's ancestor.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough. Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
JJ points out it's funny that Ranrock, the goblin, evil goblin guy, wasn't mentioned in the books. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a few things like that, in that your character can't actually do anything of significant historical importance in this game. Because if he did, it would be incongruous that he wasn't mentioned in the book. So I'm kind of curious to see how they do, like, what scale the story pans out on. Is this really like a minor putting down of a goblin rebellion in which you play a pretty small, insignificant part? Or is it a huge part, and they're just going to try and rely on the audience to forget the incongruity? That will be interesting to see, I think. Here is where I accidentally get myself sorted into Hufflepuff and kill myself.
A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
What do we want to do, kids? Are we nerds? Or are we... Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to be boring and cliche and end up in Gryffindor. I don't want to be an idiot and end up in Hufflepuff. I normally end up getting sorted into Ravenclaw when I do these things, but this game doesn't have a very exacting test. You are asked 2 questions. So if I'm aiming for that, I'm going to be a
looking forward to meeting
nerd.
my professors and learning all I can at Hogwarts.
Indeed.
And also, you actually you get to
Hogwarts
choose
has much
anyway.
to offer a
You get asked 2
dedicated
questions.
student.
The hat recommends you
And what
something,
you
and then you
learn
get to
in
say yes or
class
no,
will
and do you want to
prepare you for
change. It's like choosing your starter
outside
Pokemon.
the classroom as well. I wonder.
Also, the hat's always sounded like really pervy to me. He senses
I
something
detect
inside me.
something in you. A certain sense of. What is it?
No, I don't want to be sorted into Slytherin either, because my first act as a Slytherin, if Slytherins were as bad as like everyone said they are and their reputation is, then they would have genocided all the Hufflepuffs decades ago. So, daring lands you in Gryffindor, I'm pretty sure. Curiosity, that will probably land you in Ravenclaw. Loyalty is Hufflepuff, I know that, because I did it yesterday. And ambition is going to be Slytherin. So,
A desire to learn?
to avoid to be a cliche,
I
to
do
avoid
enjoy
being a
good puzzle,
cliche,
And I believe I have a ready mind.
You're clever indeed. You have the ability to reflect clearly on that which puzzles others. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. Perhaps you belong in Ravenclaw.
Aha, I do. Congratulations. Not that it matters, because you can answer any of these questions you like, and you can just choose a different one. So that seems like a little bit of a missed opportunity to me. If you go like, is it Pottermore? There's a website. I know like friends of mine obsess over Harry Potter more than I do. And there are like really long, in-depth personality quizzes that give you like your set house based on your answers to multiple questions. And some of them are actually licensed by whatever company owns Harry Potter as well. It's a bit like shallow of the game just to have 2 questions, and by the way, you get to choose anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled.
Yeah, chat's pointing out I've broken with my Aryan Master Race character by not choosing Slytherin. Didn't think of that. Wish I had. Too late now. It's okay, we can be like a fifth column in Ravenclaw and turn them evil as well.
I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you. I'm...
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir.
Remember Weasley? This is a Weasley. That's a name that's familiar to us.
I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way.
So there is a difference when you're doing like video games, or indeed you might have noticed also a little texture jump there. There's a few of those. There's a difference like when you're recording stuff. If you're doing like animation or video games or whatever. Lots of studios will do these separately, so you'll bring in one voice actor and they'll record all of their lines. But it sounds subtly, but like very definitely different to when you've got like in dialogue, like an exchange like this. If you've got both actors in the place playing off of each other, it sounds just more natural and less. There's less like dead space in between their exchanges. This game
Ghost or a poltergeist
clearly hasn't done that. This game, I think they've all recorded their lines separately, and some of them have done it while stoned, like my main character has. And because I was talking over it, you missed another hand-holdy moment. So Ravenclaw, you know, one of the characteristics of which you're clever, you like riddles and puzzles. To get into the Ravenclaw common room, you have to answer a riddle, or you seemingly have to answer a riddle. That was a riddle we just saw. Was it like which lived longest, the ghost or the poltergeist? You don't actually get to answer that riddle, though. The game does it for you. So, yeah, great. You could have just had a little option menu there, game, but no, I suppose.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room.
Anyway, this is where the game becomes a little bit more gamey, because you actually get to choose where you go. Although, there's a few things. Like, for example, if I walk too close to this, oh dear, that's expensive and it belonged to someone. So there's a few little, like, things that they're not important, and I'm sure if you really cared, they could be patched out. Someone on Twitter did ask, because I was complaining about some of the bits in the game, how likely is it that some of the problems that you see are going to be fixed? I think little things like that, easy to fix. You can patch those out. Voice acting, I think Destiny did change Peter Dinklage out for somebody who actually sounded like he gave a shit. So you can do that, but it's what would be called in video game making an expensive process. Expensive in terms of like time consuming and money. There are other things like the plot of the prologue, which I don't think you can fix at all. Which is a shame, but
watch this.
It is only the prologue, so...
Ugh. What is this? Someone threw a dung bomb. Let's get out of here.
That wasn't quite the reaction I wanted. Oh well.
Right. What did you hope would happen?
I suppose I hoped it would lighten the mood. Ravenclaws can be a bit on edge the first day
I'm trying to figure out like what this guy's doing with his voice.
By the way, you seem downright calm next to some of these characters.
I'm sure this is a 35-year-old man who's doing 6 different student voices in this game, and each of them is going to sound
I'm glad to be here.
Slightly creepy. Very creepy.
Glad to hear it.
Glad to hear it.
There's no reason to be nervous. Most professors are firm but fair.
You're making me nervous.
Not all of the tricks I play are as simple as a tossed dung bomb, and I'm still here.
Wait, did you say most professors are firm but fair?
Ha! I did. But probably best I let you judge for yourself. I do tend to push their limits. I should wander off before
Stop flipping them to Slytherin. Yeah, the conspiracy begins here.
You too, Everett.
If I become sort of, you know, super powered evil, apparently you can become quite a powerful dark wizard in this game, which again poses problems because it is set before everything. If I become super evil and just go around and Avada Kedavra every major character in the game, if I Avada Kedavra Deputy Headmaster Weasley, who is, I'm assuming, an ancestor of Ron Weasley's. Does that mean that Ron won't ever exist, and that Harry will be killed by the chess pieces in the first book? You can play with time in this game. Well, you can't, but you should be able to.
Too much in the day. Well, except for stars like Sirius, Canopus, Vega, and Arcturus. I'm Amit. Pleasure to have you in Ravenclaw. Never met someone who's been so close to a dragon before.
I mean, this actually could be the same voice actor as the other guy, for as far as I know. I'm asked, did I know about the Alan Moore version of Harry Potter? I did not know there was an Alan Moore version of Harry Potter. I can imagine that would be
there's something
quite
about the open air
different.
and night sky above the tower. It's invigorating. You will adore astronomy. Professor Shaw is
The Knights are doing a
incredibly
gender check.
knowledgeable.
There is actually a transphobic staircase in this game. If you try, apparently anyway, I haven't done this yet, but if you, as a male character, try and go up to the girls' dormitory, the stairs turn into a slide, and then you go back down. That, I think, happened in the book as well. So the staircases are transphobic. Transphobia is baked into the structural integrity of Hogwarts, which makes it just a bastion of bigotry.
I'll see you in class, then. Yes. Oh, and speaking of class, better get to my first one of the year. Nothing like the smell of fresh parchment, is there? Be seeing you.
Oh, the other name I could have gone with, having missed my opportunity to call myself Rey Skywalker, I could have done an Anakin Skywalker, because your main character is unusually old, arguably too old to be trained as a wizard, which would explain my subsequent genocide. So maybe that would have been a better idea as well. All of these ideas for a third playthrough.
Place he'll be happy with. But I can't seem to find it. Great golden gobstones! I want him to thrive here.
Golden gobstones?
My own little expression. I bought this Dittany seedling from home and I so want him to feel cozy.
Bedrock Panda asks if India was a colony at this point. I believe it was, which I think is going to be the in-universe reason why you have, or it should be anyway, the in-universe reason why you have quite a lot of diversity in Hogwarts in the 1800s in Scotland. And Scotland is 98% white in the year 2023, so the year 1893 is going to be even more than that, but you have the Empire in existence at this point. Sad times to have lost that. But you also have, I think, there's one wizarding school for half a continent, so like Hogwarts is all of Northern Europe.
Professor Fig
There's like one school for all of West Africa, one for all of North America. So you would get a large catchment area, which will bring in many diverse students to 19th century Hogwarts, I think.
It was nice to meet you, Samantha. Good luck with your Dittany.
Thank you. And good luck to you too on your first day.
I'm also just realizing my own toxic masculinity because I've just been speaking all over the nice girl as she was talking to me, but oh well. Rightio. So eventually we will meet these people again, and we'll have to do like personality building quests for them. As you'll see, I think momentarily. Yes, here we are.
Good morning.
This game's means of giving you experience is yeah.
Well,
you'll see.
Make the most
just
of it.
About now.
You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level
You
exams.
can spell a
They will
three-letter
determine what
word.
type
Well
of
done.
career
You belong at
have when you leave
Hogwarts.
here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success.
So assuming this is all
Here
canon,
you are.
I'm going to call this a plot hole. Because they've devised me very specifically this magical book that keeps track of all of my progress, everything I've learned, everyone I've met, all the spells I've learned. This is how I gain experience. It's designed explicitly to fast-track someone who's never been to school through to the level of a well-trained fifth-year student. If it's that good, why doesn't everyone have one? I mean, this would be brilliant for the state of national education, wouldn't it? But I'm not sure where this game actually does stand in the lore of Harry Potter. I think it's canon. I'm assuming it's canon, but it might not be, in which case, yeah.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test.
So there is the term hand-holding in video games, which has cropped up already during the course of this stream. This is almost literally that. You can't go away from her. You can't go faster than her. If you go too far away from her, like if you try and actually explore, pretty short as well, she's just teleported. Okay. Eventually, the game will shout at you for being way, way, way too far away. At least, there you go. So it's hand-holding over a distance of 50 meters would be my guess. I kind of want to know if she fell down those stairs, though. She moved really quickly. Oh, now I can run. And now I can't again. Someone suggested the reason kids don't have these books en masse is because it costs too many spell points to put into mass production. Wouldn't be surprised. It's a soft magic system. You can do anything you want. That's what makes it so infuriating. Yes, I know. So yeah, this is your field guide. I've seen all this before, which is why I'm frustrated. But it tracks, as it says here, all your quests, your post. I don't know. I haven't received any post yet. Talents, whatever they are. Challenges. Challenges is how you gain experience. You don't gain experience from killing people. You gain experience through a variety of means. So combat is like kill 10 of such and such, but it's not experience per enemy killed. Quests, any number of quests. Exploration, I think, is just areas you've uncovered. Field guide pages, we'll come on to those in a minute, because that's, you have to spam the reveal thing a lot in this game. Which is, like, I like the idea. It's a good way of forcing people to do exploration and learn the lore of the game. But if your means of gaining experience is essentially tied to collectibles that you gain by using one particular spell everywhere in the castle, you just find yourself wandering around using it all of the time. And then there's the Room of Requirement, which you'll remember from the books if you've read them, which I haven't been to yet. So that's how you gain experience, and there's many, many quests and all of the rest of that. I think that means that theoretically there's like an upper level limit you can hit, but there are a lot of them though, so I don't imagine anyone will actually hit like level max for a good long time.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle.
Hostman Socrates, pros and cons of a soft magic system. I mean, how long have you got? How long have I got is the question. There are many of them. Soft magic is good for kids' books, and I guess like Harry Potter starts out as definitively kids' books. It's bad. Actually, there's a really good example of that. It's the MCU. I mean, the MCU was not an especially magic system up until sort of late about a phase 3, I guess, certainly with the introduction of Doctor Strange. As soon as you start introducing soft magic systems, which is basically anything goes, and the only determiner is the convenience of the writers, you start to lose track of any kind of stakes and integrity in your plot.
Perfect opportunity to
You can have like medium density magic, which is, you know, if you're paying attention, you'll spot the flaws, but it has at least sort of discoverable known laws and systems. But I prefer harder magic systems just because that's how you know what the stakes are, what the abilities are. And it's what keeps writers honest as well. You can't just say, I've decided that I want this person now to be in Azerbaijan, so I've invented a poodle flu, which will get him there instantly. Or in this case, flu flames. That was well timed. Do I have to select this now? What am I doing? Go away. I wasn't paying attention to what I was supposed to be doing. I think it's that. There we are. Yeah, so you get to fast travel through the flu flames all over the castle. And then there's the grounds, and you unlock Hogsmeade as well, I think. Where you will meet your transgender bartender. That rhymed.
And here we are.
Oh yeah, Dave Lane reminded me, because I was quite drunk by this point, that there is actually a 3-hour hard magic, soft magic discussion on EFAP, when I think I was arguing with Rags about dwarf magic and whether something was mechanistic. Yeah, like Disa, was it, singing to the gods of the mountain to bring the miners back to life, I think, or to make them get out safe. And he was arguing that I think it was mechanistic, and I was arguing that it was actually it was magic and soft magic at that. I was right, obviously, but I love Rags, and he will probably tell me a new one if he ever hears this, so I'm not going to rebroach the dwarf magic argument.
as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
We don't need... I'm assuming everyone knows about these things. Charms is like nice spells. Defense against the dark arts is exciting spells that you use to kill people. So we're going to go to that one first.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
You did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack.
Tennessee Tism asks,
that
is the game fun? Yes, well, it becomes more fun. I think even the beginning, I'm looking at this, certainly the prologue, I'm sort of incapable of looking at things not from the writing perspective. I think, there is something to enjoy in the prologue. The game looks nice for the most part, and it's an innovative setting. It's also a much-loved world. It's an innovative take on a much-loved world. It gets better, I think, from this point onwards, when it stops holding your hand, and you have more time to explore, and it's not bombarding you with dodgy dialogue and not very well-written story. It is actually quite an enjoyable game, from what I've played of it so far.
Oh? Yes. You seem to have provided our new
But I've not got very far into it, so I'm told flying is really good. I haven't done that yet.
I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor.
There's also, I might have been talking over it earlier. There was a bit earlier when he tells the student, it's before you go into the main hall to get sorted. Fig tells you, the main character, not to tell anyone anything that's happened on your journey here. Now, though, everyone knows virtually all of it.
Good luck today.
Nothing happened in the interim to really explain that. You haven't told anyone. But he's gone from don't tell anyone what happened on our way here to Professor Weasley saying, why did you end up in the path of a dragon? There's like things like that which are just very strange writing decisions, which don't really have any explanation in them, and are just slightly irritating, and I wish they weren't there.
Assignments I mentioned, and we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
Anyway, we now actually get to not do anything because I forgot we have to talk to him again.
Professor. And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels here. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes.
Yeah, the they in the dialogue there, I think someone got it right in chat. You're not going to re-record 2 lines of dialogue for he or she, because you're not putting any other effort into the dialogue in this game, so why would you record 2 versions of the same line?
Flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
So yes, here is basic exploration stuff. It marks your quests, it marks where you are, you can do your usual, like, tracking stuff, it's all good. You end up not actually following it. If we were speedrunning this, I would go straight there, but there are a couple of easy little quests in the interim which we might do.
What with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand, you'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
So yes, we are supposed to go and attend Defense Against the Dark Arts. That itself was a quest. We listened to more dialogue, we survived it, so hooray.
Revelio.
This though, this is like, I'm sort of undecided on this mechanic. I like the idea they were going for here, but a lot of what you do, if you're actually exploring and you want to find stuff, I'm not a completionist by any means, because I don't have the patience. But if you're trying to find stuff that you might need to advance your quest and to gain experience, because experience is tied to your completion of various like collectible quests and stuff, you go around the castle doing this a lot. Here, for example,
This cannot possibly be as difficult as it
which
seems.
you wouldn't know unless you were spamming that button. So basically every 20 steps or so, you do sort of find yourself using the same spell. You must look like an absolute tard going around school, just going Revelio every 5 seconds.
I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this.
Doodaloo, I will have a look.
If I
See
had the
if
time,
you
I
can
may look.
go through the other
It'd be
dialogue
intriguing.
options and it will give you more
racking my
information,
brains long
basically telling you exactly
Hope
how
you'll
to
have
solve
better
this
luck than I
particular little puzzle. But as another example of
find me if you
how this
stumble
game
on
sort of
something
handles
illuminating
puzzles.
Lumos.
Look, that is
Spot
a
must be a
destination. That
We
is
should
where
look
we
around
have to
in case
go.
it's nearby.
So we have to go. And it even tells you in dialogue, so you can't figure this out for yourself. You just go around,
This
you
looks
find
like
the
a
thing.
location
Oh
for a
look, there's a moth.
painting. Let's get you back
Up
to your
we
frame, Mr.
go.
Moth.
Yeah, and again, he tells you again, let's get you back to your frame. I've said earlier, I don't actually like puzzle games very much, but if they're going to have puzzles, I would like to actually be able to solve them without my character telling me how to solve them. There are a few in the game, to be fair, that I found so far which don't have... Well, no, actually, I was going to say which don't have those explanations. That's not correct. You will find some puzzles before you know exactly what the mechanics of those puzzles are. But as far as I know, you will find books and things and documents which tell you exactly what the mechanics of those puzzles are later on in the game, at which point the things that were puzzling to you because you didn't have the information stop being puzzling to you once you have the information. That's, again, it's a little bit hand-holdy. I'm criticizing the game a lot, though, so I will, like, praise it for a bit. I mean, it does look pretty nice. They've recreated Hogwarts. There's a huge amount to go around and explore and do. You are basically unlimited in your capacity to do it. There's a loading time when you try and do it, which is not good, but you are allowed to go and explore. It looks nice. The characterization, if you ignore the terrible voice acting, isn't always terrible. There's a lot of scope for magic and combat. And it's like the books in the sense that there's a lot of technical fault in them, but the world they depict is so magical, you do sort of find yourself enjoying it despite the technical faults. That's where I was with this game, actually. After I only played it for about an hour yesterday, or 2 hours maybe, but here is a puzzle, like the example I was talking about earlier of this doesn't tell you what you're supposed to do with it. You can sort of figure stuff out. It does try and throw a curveball at you. You might think, well, these animals are numbered, right? And so you add the animal at the top there to the number to get the number in the middle. The curveball it throws at you is it doesn't start at 1, that's all I'll say. You would have to figure that out for yourself, you would think, except that later on you actually do get a piece of paper that tells you exactly how that works. So it's not really a puzzle in the sense that you are told again exactly how to do it. Anyway, let's go and just brush past this person who gives us some experience points for pretending to be her friend.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting.
You did? How?
I found the location.
How
of the
did you
picture
solve the
and
thing?
painting, and then
I
cast
followed the
Lumos to guide
clues.
the moth back to the frame.
All very
Yeah,
logical,
yes.
I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Natty's good at that too. So is Amit, although he does tend to over-explain.
Bottlebound Rogue asks,
Well, I'm
do the
glad someone
spells
figured it out.
actually have a variety of effects, or do they mostly just do impact damage? No, they do, well, I've only learned a couple of them in my other playthrough, but they do seem to have a variety of effects. So that you have your main one, that's just spamming impact damage. Once you learn, in fact, we can go and do that now, because that is our quest anyway. Where is, oh yeah, I actually have to track it, because I don't remember where Defense Against the Dark Arts is. If you go to Defense Against the Dark Arts, which we shall do, and I have to remember how to get there, even if I'm tracking it, you will find, like, so you're going to learn the levitation spell, and that does have an effect which is not impact damage. That's for, like, enemies that are blocking you. You use Leviosa, and it will well, defeat their block by levitating them, basically. That's the only one I think I learned in my other playthrough, though. But yeah, there's a variety of effects I gather, because you get, I have it in the back of my mind, it's like 70 spells, and you can divide them into spell sets, and you can trigger them with, like, R2. So, in theory, there is a large variety of them, and you can do plenty of stuff.
Is that all you've got? Yeah.
Levioso!
Professor Hecat!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it.
This woman is one of the better voice actors just because she does actually sound old and not like a 35-year-old playing a 15-year-old.
Age matters very little.
But they have sort of over-egged it with a stoop.
Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in
there's little things with the voice acting which are just inexplicable. Like why you would go with that take. Would you care to defend yourself, Mr. Pruitt? No. Like, you pause between Pruitt and no. Just you have a little bit of character in what you're saying. Shouldn't be hard.
Levioso.
Hey, remember the first book? Remember how they learned Wingardium Leviosa, which is the actual spell by lifting the feather? It's that. But that's like, it's a member berry, but it does kind of fit within the bounds of the world. I like, actually, that it sort of depicts that certain learning techniques just don't change over time, and they don't. It's just that in this country we tend to ban the older, more successful ones. I'm assuming Hogwarts isn't going to cane anyone at this period in its history, though it probably should.
Let us begin with the basic cast.
Because its kids keep going and almost blowing up the world. Oh, yeah.
See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Levioso.
So yeah, you see like multiple effects. You break the block with Leviosa, you spam attack it with the thing. My R2 button is a bit crap. This will probably be a problem later on. Do I have to keep doing this? Oh, there we go.
Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling.
Vesper asks, are miniskirts immune to Leviosa? I mean, it's like, it's the 1800s. And, you know, apparently that's incredibly, well, generally speaking, social attitudes are worse the older you get, according to modern ideologues anyway. You would think, yes, that male students would be using this to the full advantage, which is why caning would be important. Oh yeah, I have to actually...
I know.
All you have to do is knock this guy off the table. Which I think might be more quick if we do that. Off the table. There we go. Well, he does have a health bar, and I'm kind of wondering if you could actually kill him if you just use normal attacks without knocking him off the table.
You give as good as you get.
I put you on the spot.
Ah, correction from Hostman Socrates. They didn't have miniskirts until the 1920s. There you go. So, it's yeah, I guess that's a mechanical anti-pervert mechanism. Long skirts. Try it.
Things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have
Captain
some ideas
Barbarossa
for you.
in the chat
Again,
says,
done
in a video you
I shall
said
reach
Harry
out
Potter
soon
was
with
so
additional
naively good versus evil. The Lord of the Rings movies being starkly good versus evil. How does J.R. Tolkien's nemesis prevail where hers falls short in this regard? So, it's a good point, and Tolkien. I think Tolkien is. I think I might even have said that in the context of Tolkien versus like George R.R. Martin. You have typically Tolkien is quite starkly good versus evil versus George R.R. Martin, who makes a virtue of moral ambiguity. The reason Tolkien's sort of quite stark good versus evil mechanic works, where J.K. Rowling's is I think definitively naive, is that Tolkien acknowledges that you will never actually beat evil in the world. Gandalf says several times, even after you've beaten Sauron, that's not the end. And in fact, that's sort of the reason for the epilogue section in The Return of the King, when they go back to the Shire and they find that one of the is it the mill master in the Shire has shacked up with Saruman, and they've started scouring the Shire anyway. And that's supposed to convey that there will always be evil in the world, even if you... Yes, I've had my share of wand combat. That's not a pun. There will always be evil in the world, even if you defeat the sort of the paragons of evil, not the paragon of evil, the idol of evil. Evil will still exist. There will be another Sauron in time. Whereas J.K. Rowling's approach is very much evil is bound up in the big bad character in whatever she's writing. It becomes a bit more complicated later on because she introduces Grindelwald as Voldemort's predecessor, and you know, he's gay for Dumbledore and all of that. But it's sort of implied that if you beat Voldemort, you've beaten evil, and that's it. Everyone lives happily ever after. There will never be a fight against evil again, and that's what makes it kind of naive. There was a good piece in Unheard, I think it was, ages ago, talking about how J.K. Rowling is the target of these sort of moral Puritans, but actually she's kind of, at least in part, responsible for bringing them up in this way, because most of these millennials kids grew up reading Harry Potter and were inculcated with this sense of a binary good and evil. So yeah, is she really to blame for that? I'm not sure I quite agree with the argument, but it was an interesting take. It's also a long-ass response to that question. I apologise. Am I going to check out the Soviet-themed Fallout/Bioshock game Atomic Heart? I've only seen a little bit. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of images for it, because there was some controversy about it, wasn't there? Because it's a Russian game, and apparently, like with this game, if you buy this game, you're contributing to trans genocide. If you buy a Russian game, you are contributing to Ukrainian genocide. It's not high on my list, but if I come across it, I'll take a look to be sure. Of course, what I need to do first and foremost is get... Did I speak to that kid? I did. What I need to do first and foremost is get the bloody Avatar video out of the way, so I actually have more time to do stuff like this. That would be nice. I think we're going to Charms now, or we could explore. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's a moving staircase in this game, which is a shame. I liked the moving staircase in the books, because I like the idea that the building can fuck with you, and I don't think it can in this game in the same way. Moving stairs, but actually, given how much trouble I'm finding getting the stairs to go upstairs, probably best that they don't move. Party asks, can you become a lich? Hello, Voldy? I'm assuming Voldy is Voldemort. Can you become Voldemort? I think I did read that you can become a dark wizard. And you can learn the big bad nasty spells. Like, is it Avada Kedavra Crucio? Is it? The Cruciatus Curse? And there's another one, which I don't remember because it doesn't get used very often. So in theory, yes, you can. But then again, yeah, you can't. You mustn't be able to kill anyone. There we are, found the stairs. You mustn't be able to actually kill anyone though, or anyone important, because if you did do that, yeah, the game would be screwed. There's another one of those little
Revelio.
The reason I don't know where I'm going is because I'm not spamming this stupid button. That's the reason. There's another, there's a puzzle thing around here. I remember it. Oh, bloody hell! Have I entered the boys' bathrooms or the girls' bathrooms? Does the game care? Is the game progressive? The game's possibly, the game is possibly progressive in that it doesn't actually list whose bathroom this is. I don't think, does it? That's a witch. I'm sure I've just gone into the girls' toilets. I've committed to progressive. Yay. What on earth is that? Polyjuice potion? Member Polyjuice Potion? Can I do anything with that? No.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you've got oh, it's her. If you've got subtitles on, because the paintings sometimes speak to you and sometimes ghosts speak at you, you can't always see them, and they're not always in the same room. You will quite often just find yourself going, "Wait, what the fuck? Who the hell is talking to me?" But I don't think that's necessarily mechanical. Hello. Haven't figured out how to open these yet, but you can't poke them in the eye. Yeah, it's not a mechanical problem in the sense that I imagine that's very much what it would have been like if you were in like a wizarding school with talking paintings and ghosts. You would be quite frequently jump scared by people who wanted to hold a conversation with you from the side of the other side of the castle, potentially. Or a ghost who just randomly pops through the wall.
Revelio.
Oops, shit, punching the microphone because I'm lost. Thank you, Nebraska, because. Having said that, apparently, formulating my arguments is taking away from my ability to pathfind in this game, but we are going in roughly the right direction, because I just... Here we are, quest, let's go here. So this is Charms. I haven't done this yet. I spent more time wandering around in my first playthrough, so I think... functionally now, everything we do is going to be new to me, which is when you see how truly bad I actually am at games, because I have no foreknowledge.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this
Dark asked question in the chat from Carlisle. What happens if you take Polyjuice Potion and you're pregnant? So, but you take it and you transmogrify into a man. I imagine you suffer.
Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone?
Have I tried levitating the chests to open them? I have not, Franco, but I might try that. Though I'm sure that's got something to do with the eye, like you have to put them to sleep somehow.
My, the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
I paid about as much attention to him as I did to my actual teachers in my actual school, so if he told me something very important that I'm going to have to be doing, I've missed it. Oh well.
Accio.
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me.
When I was at school, if teachers said, let's go outside and get some fresh air and learn about stuff, that was because they didn't actually want to do their jobs at all. And I sympathised with that. We all had a lovely time outside not learning.
I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right?
Oh, soft magic systems. Irritating.
So why don't we have our newest student start us off?
So this is where I think we start adding a bit of variety to combat, because you can grab these things and throw them at people, I believe. Do I do anything with this? No. What am I doing? Wasn't actually paying attention what he told me to do. Oh dear.
That's it.
Oh, I see. Right, third time lucky.
Excellent control there.
Come on. Yes. Yes, that's 50. Probably.
Very good. Points to Ravenclaw. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up. You'll be the blues just as before, and Miss Onai,
Oh
you
god,
are
it's
playing
like
red.
sports day. Oh, that's memories.
Be sharp.
Can I fuck her up? No, I can't. I can't cheat. That's a shame. Rightio. This isn't gonna go well. Keep going. Ah, no.
Let us see this.
If she gets 50 again, this is cheat. Okay. Did you see how that hit the brakes to get her 50 again? That's cheating. Not that I'm a sore loser or anything, but no. Stop. Damn it.
Not to worry.
Watch this.
They hit the brakes as soon as they go on the green.
There we go.
Jesus. This is just dishonesty. There probably is some kind of spell that she's using to... There we go. Don't you dare. Don't... Hers hit the brakes, mine fell off. Oh dear. Oh well. I guess that means I'm not a Mary Sue.
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
Has he removed the script now so she can lose?
I think we are well past
Oh,
interesting
some
at
marksman in the chat, appropriately named marksman. You can pull yours into hers and knock the ball off. Okay. Oh, I get it. It's like is it bowls where you can do that? I think I played bowls when the only fun in that game is that you try and ruin other people's lives. Yes, the scripting is still activated. Right, let's see if I can ruin her. Not in that way. Here we go. That went well.
That's it.
Let us see this. That is how it's done.
What? She got less than 50? Something's wrong. Right. Wait, if I knock hers off, does she lose 50 if she if I knock her 50 ball off? Come on. Yes. Oh, I do. Oh, I like this game a lot more now. My general rule for appreciation for games is that if I can make somebody else's life a lot harder, then I enjoy the game more. If it's just me trying to beat myself, not as fun. The risk with this one is that I knock her onto 50. But all I need to do... I'm already winning. No, I've already won. Oh, screw her.
Not exactly a typical lesson, is it? Not that I mind.
Haha, I win. Screw you, woman.
Well done.
Well, that game was much more fun than I thought once I realised that I could destroy her.
Very good, both of you. Well done.
No, Skelmersdale, I do not like beating myself. In this context very specifically.
Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Good game back there. I must admit, I think I underestimated you. took me weeks to become proficient with Accio.
I don't know. I mean, you rigged the
Took weeks for me
game.
to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
Yes, well spotted, chap. I have one, so I am now officially a Mary Sue again.
That's good to hear. It's a lot to take in all at once.
To put it lightly, I remember how I felt when I first arrived. I transferred here from Ouagadougou just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Do we want to learn what Ouagadougou is? I thought it was a restaurant, but oh no, that's Wagamama's. Is the magic the same? How big is it? How big is your Ouagadougou?
Much bigger than Hogwarts.
Ouagadougou School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
Well, I don't need to go forth and conquer Uganda because they do a very good job of that themselves in about, when are we, 1800s? So about 180 years' time would be my guess. Was it longer than that? Anyway, they'll do a very good job of overthrowing themselves later on.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Ouagadougou, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts.
Ouagadougou forever.
I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Yeah, Vespa says she sounds like text-to-speech. A lot of people in this game sound exactly like text-to-speech. And I am slightly wondering if they have used that.
You'd be using it on clothing.
Because it would be much cheaper and probably much quicker.
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? You did well, managing to best as gifted a student as Miss Onai.
Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed the match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now,
oh, well, that's
Professor
not good enough.
Weasley
If she's
has asked that your
distracted, then I didn't
professors give
beat
you
her
instruction
at her full
outside
potential, so
of
I'm
the
going to have to
ordinary
destroy her
curriculum.
again.
Expect to hear
When
from me soon
the
regarding a
playing field
special
is more level,
assignment
even though it was
that I am
already not
preparing
level
for
because
you.
she cheated. I'll work that one out later. It depends if I can actually be bothered to go and speak to her again, which I will have to do at some point, I'm sure, in order to gain experience. Oh yeah, right, so I'm level 3 now. So this is what I was talking about, how your experience is tied to... Well, it's tied more conceptually than it is specifically, so you're not going to get experience again, as I mentioned earlier, from actually killing people, but if you complete vague quests like... completing 2 story quests, then you get rewards, in this case gloves. And you can also change like the appearance of your gear and things. Have I got anything else yet? I don't think I have. Oh, I have. Hooray, yes. So if I go to, where are we? Gear. So you get lots of options, and if you've got the pre-order stuff, you gain a couple of things anyway, but I can wear gloves now. I don't know if it's winter here, so I don't know if it's cold. But I'm not going to wear them because you should man up and not wear gloves. You can voluntarily disable yourself if you want to, which I'm not going to do because I'm an Aryan. You can wear a hat if you want to appear working class, which I don't because I'm not. You can... What else do you get? You can be... And what even is that? Hipster? Well, I'm not one of those, so we're not going to do that. You can look incredibly dapper if you so choose. I think, though, that this this goes a little bit too far in the dapper field. I like dapperness. Being dapper is nice. That, though, that is quite extreme. And I wouldn't be able to wear it without a high sense of irony. Or you can wear long johns, which I'm not going to do. You can change your appearance of your thing. Again, if you've unlocked like the pre-order stuff, you can be a Hell's Angel, a magic one with skulls. Which again I think takes it a little bit too far, so we're not gonna do that. But if I remember rightly, does this one look better? There's a few like options, tunic, or you can be. This is like the dark arts one, I think it is. Yeah, dark arts ensemble. There's others as well, apparently. Dark arts ensemble I kind of like, except for the collar thing, which makes you look a bit silly. So I think we might be a bit milquetoast and stick with the tweed, since we are in Scotland. So we are wearing kind of the national dress, except that we're not wearing skirts. Obviously, Scotland is an incredibly progressive place, which is why they let men wear skirts and have done for the better part of 600 years. I am now lost. Where am I going? What are we doing? There's a chest on my map. Let's go find the chest.
Hello. How was your first day coming along?
God damn it. Hello? Can I actually speak to you? Oh no, it's you. Hello.
Hello, Samantha. Nice to see you again.
I wondered how your first day was going. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
Have I met her earlier? She sounds familiar, but then all of these people sound like they're the same voice actor, so I don't know.
I've been fortunate. Beginner's luck.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be overconfident.
Dave Lyon, Dark Arts Ensemble includes a sign on your back saying definitely evil. Well, it might as
I'm
well.
afraid I can't count on beginner's luck to impress Professor Ronan.
Is there a Tim Pool beanie in the game? Again, is another important question from chat. I don't know. I imagine we'll unlock it as we go. Why is the chest icon moving? Where is it? Oh, I keep forgetting I have to spam the button to learn where stuff is. Like, for example, here. Oh no, I've been here.
And then the werewolves join the goblins in the uprising.
Oh, it's one of those. Now, we could cheat and use knowledge that I have that we aren't supposed to have. The trick for these puzzles, as you will learn later, I think, when you go to the astronomy tower, is that you would think it begins at number 1, like, whatever that is. I think it's an owl at the bottom there. That's 1, 2 is the unicorn, 3, and so forth. It doesn't. Actually, that is a 0 at the bottom, so it starts at 0. And I'm wondering whether we cheat and pretend that we already know that, or whether we wait. I'm going to wait until we actually are supposed to know that, just to give the experience that the game is supposed to have for us. What is going on? Oh, hello. The ghosts in this are, yeah, they're colourful. Very, oh, sorry, poltergeist. Peeves is a poltergeist. Very colourful. He causes a mess. He's fun. Is there anything I'm supposed to be doing? I haven't got this far into the game yet. There are... what's that? Let's go Weasley after class. I don't want to know what Miss Weasley wants to do with me after class, because I'm pretty sure it's illegal. I thought I was supposed to go and meet some kid for dueling stuff. There it is. Let's go find him. Is he now on my map? He is. But we can't go that way because the door's locked and I don't have the spell yet. So off we go in entirely the wrong direction. We could fast travel closer to that, I think. What this needs is a show tune. If anyone in chat composes show tunes, you are welcome to do a Hogwarts Legacy show tune. Or we could get Tim Pool to do it, but I think we would end up bleeding from our ears, so probably best not. Downstairs. I have to find... This is exactly where I was. God damn it.
Professor Weasley said she'd help me with my twitching.
Did she? Good for her. I think I've gone for the wrong shade of blonde. You see what I mean about the hair? Like, its relationship with light is a bit peculiar. This should be a dark corner, and it's glowing more. It glows, the light's coming from the window, my head is on fire at the back. Not that I'm shallow and just critiquing aesthetics at this point, but that's where we are. I have to try and explore. I should warn you as well, have a terrible sense of direction. Because I lived on a narrow boat in London for many years, and I still own it, but I am trying to sell it. The advantage of that is you can only go in 2 directions and only at 4 miles an hour at a time. Oh, there's a questy thing around here somewhere. There it is. It's nice being able to only go in 2 directions because you will never get lost, although I did manage it once. Open world games, I do tend to get, I get badly lost in them. And being an impatient person, it's not necessarily very good because it tends to mean that I lose my attention span and focus and end up giving up on them. There it is.
Good thing Kagawa was there to catch them.
But I think that's a valid critique, right? I mean, what you want to do ideally in an open world game, thank you, is you don't want people to drop the narrow... Oh god, where's the moth gone? You don't want people to drop the narrative just because you're not scripting the narrative in that particular part of the game. What you want to do is keep people fully engaged with whatever sub-arc of story that they've come across. And that's what keeps people going with it. Is the moth just gone, or have I got that now? I think it's just gone. Oh well, I don't care. So yeah, it's either my fault for having no attention span for these kinds of games when I get bored of them, or it's the fault of the game in question. There it is.
Lumos.
If it loses me because it's an open world, like Breath of the Wild, I thought was really stunningly beautiful, and it kept me going for a long time. Never finished it, however, because there just wasn't enough in it. It's a very empty world, largely because the Switch just isn't very good at populating worlds, but even so. Boosh McFadden, can you encounter other players? I don't think you can. I don't know if there's an online function in this game. I don't believe there is one, however. So yeah, if you're looking for like semi-online multiplayer, I don't believe that's in the game. And to be honest, I'm not fussed by that. I like old proper single-player games. We're becoming like a little bit sort of fetishized with multiplayer. Everything has to have permanently updating games as service style multiplayer. And yeah, I've just never really been a fan. But I don't like people, with the honourable exception of everybody in chat. So maybe that's why.
At the present moment, the headmaster.
Anything around here? That's a lock. I think you learn. Now, am I enough of a nerd to remember my Harry Potter magic? I think it's Aloha Mora, which unlocks things. Which means I, having never been to Hogwarts, am actually better at this than my supposedly 5th year student is. But oh well. He could have saved himself a lot of time if he just read the books before he came. Quest, there we are.
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did.
Actually, man, I always thought the grand appeal of single-player games was bonding with characters you can turn off at any time. That's a very good way of putting it, yes.
During your brief detour near, what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Ah, now, do we dob in Professor Fig? This is a moral dilemma, folks. It's like a BioWare game, just not as in-depth. So, do we dob in Professor Fig for not revealing to everyone what they already seem to know anyway, or do we keep his confidence? And I'm thinking I'm going to be loyal to Mr. Fig, given that he spent an unspecified amount of time with me before I came to the school in order to get me up to speed with the school. So he's done stuff for me, which is nice, and I will reward that with loyalty. That's how loyalty works. It's fundamentally transactional.
I'm trying to get a sonnet from a streeler. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Oh good, homework, yay.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, David Craven points out snitches get stitches. Although, oh no, it's a snitch. A snitch in Harry Potter is a different thing, though. So, I don't know if that translates. Although the equivalent would be worse, right? Because they have magic and can do all kinds of horrible things to you.
You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
No comment, no. Just no. I'm too mature for this. No, I'm not making a comment about my one doing magical things, though it does. For anyone who's interested, I am ready. Oh, do I need to know anything else? I'm kind of interested by this, right? So Ollivander is the guy who gives Harry Potter his wand in the first book. this must be an ancestor, right? He can't be...
There's an Ollivanders in Hogwarts.
Well, he could be 500 years old.
Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
You're making it really difficult, game. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm just gonna go now. I'm gonna go. This is too difficult.
I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
I don't remember which one is which. She's the one I beat in that game. I think he's the one who's quite scary, so we're going to go for Natty.
I'd like to go with Natty.
Excellent choice. Miss Onai is one of our most talented students.
Don't tell me about how Natty's going to show me my wand skills. Please don't do that.
Clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Trying to remember if butterbeer is alcoholic. I don't think it is, because the students have it in the books, and the books aren't edgy enough to have underage drinking, which is a shame, because it's inaccurate. Assignments, our quests, etc. Yes, okay. That sounds like it might potentially be useful. No, okay, this is... I don't know, maybe someone has played this more than I have, can inform me about this in chat. You can pet cats, or in this case, this tiny little leopard, but it doesn't actually achieve anything. I think it's just an animation at this point. I don't know if it is supposed to do anything else. Anyway, this man looks like he might be useful to me, so let's have a chat.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm, Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
Well, someone in the chat rightly points out the cat could be Professor McGonagall, if we were 200 years hence. That must be really awkward, though, if you transfigure into a cat, and then you just wander around the grounds and a student comes up and strokes you, and then it turns out you've been stroking your professor for their pleasure. I can imagine lots of people, lots of teachers got sacked from Hogwarts for Jimmy Savile-related reasons.
Professor.
What am I smoking? It's a vape, sadly. So, nothing terrible, but I don't want to stink the place out. So, yes, vape with, like, grape, I think. Grape and mint. Minty grape. It's magical, much like Harry Potter. I can summon flumes of smoke, which blind people. Which actually is more interesting as a combat mechanic than anything so far in the game. I wasn't paying attention to what he was supposed to... Oh, collect the broken page. Right, so I have to do Accio, I think. Thank you. And that, folks, is called puzzle solving. I did wonder when I first saw them whether these floating pages were going to be something. Do I have to detect the floating page? Do I just wait for... There it is.
Accio.
You bastard. Oh no.
Brilliant.
Hooray. I think that's me mastering my skills. Right, so back to the garden. As a testament to how bad my sense of direction is, I did have a momentary pause there because I didn't remember which door I was supposed to go through, and I was there like 2 seconds ago.
Tasks weren't too much.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the
I
old
do
mending
indeed
charm
know
a
my
try
way around
then,
my
shall
wand.
we?
Thank you.
Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the
For
ready.
God's
Yes,
sake.
sir.
Vigorous wand movement. Oh, this is so hard. This is
the
like
wand is a
that
conduit
Pokemon
of
Arceus
your
game, which I played for a bit, and just had to not make bull jokes, which is really hard because I'm fundamentally a child. Oh no, wrong button. Yay, I win. Venom Dead asks what I think of the game so far. Well, yeah, I mean, again, problems with writing. Dialogue is bad. Plot is, well, the prologue plot's non-existent. Well, the prologue plot is bad. The rest of the plot at the moment isn't existent, so we're going to find that out at some point. But the world is quite lovely, and again, there are some very pretty areas. There are some less pretty areas. This is all quite pretty, I think. It recreates Hogwarts quite well. And so far, I'm not bored of it, which is usually a good sign. So that's my current thinking. Right, we're going over here now. Chest.
Revelio.
There must be a way through some bushes. Usually, I think, the way into a bush is with your wand. However, I don't think I have the necessary wand ability to penetrate this bush. So we are going... Oh, it might be through a door. That would be the more conventional explanation.
Revelio.
Oh, it's this again, which I've promised myself I won't do yet. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hooray. Level 4. What's that twinkly sound?
Revelio.
Oh, I know there was a thing over here. I remember doing this last night. There's some nice, when I say nice touches, I don't really see what the point is, but, like, you can move things around. It's to try and give the impression that the place is as alive as it really is. That was always going to be one of the challenges, I think, with depicting Hogwarts, is that Hogwarts in Rowling's book is, you know, it's an incredibly alive place thanks to the magic. All the pictures move and they talk and they all have personality. You have all the ghosts who inhabit the place. You have statues leading to puzzles, leading to secret rooms. It's an incredibly vibrant place, which is one of the many reasons I think it took off in people's imaginations. I'm wondering if the game has quite managed to recreate that at the moment. I don't think it... Because you have to go, like, activate the statues on the fountain, like we just did, for example. The pictures do move. Some of them talk to you. And... Yes, and I think that's one of the many reasons that the place, when you're exploring, does feel more lifelike than the prologue did. I just don't think it's quite matched the imaginative ability that the book sort of had. But then, could it ever do that? Who knows?
I'm so tired carrying them around all day. But I must have confused the Latin word for feather with bird in my incantation, because when I opened my bag just now in the library, they literally took flight.
That sounds brilliant, actually.
Thank you. Somehow I don't think the librarian will see it that way. I collect the books and remove the charm myself, except this isn't the first time one of my charms has threatened the peace of the library. Amit told Madame Scribner they were my books flying around, so she said that if I caused her any more trouble, she'd write to my parents. Perhaps you could get them for me. There are only 5. She won't be suspicious of a new student looking around.
Why did Amit tell Madame Scribner?
So we know that Amit is a snitch and not to be trusted, so we're not going to inculcate him into our massive evil conspiracy.
Bragging on my behalf. Amit spends a lot of time gazing at the stars.
Oh no, he's not a snitch, he's just a naive moron, so we're still not inviting him. He's not coming to my birthday party. If I have time, I will help you.
I could help, if I have the time.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate it. One of the books is my diary. I'd rather it not fall into the wrong hands. If you could collect them and bring them to me, I can remove the charm.
Right. Flying books from the library. Let's go find the flying books in the library. I think it's here. Ooh, is it? Is this the library?
I'm going to have to use Accio to get to those books.
I know. Don't tell me how to solve the
Got it.
puzzle that isn't even a
Only
puzzle
4
because
more
I
to
just
go.
learned the mechanic 5 minutes ago. God damn it. I can steal things from people who've just left their money lying around. Oh, or gloves in this case. So that's me being a good student and contributing to the community. If you leave something on the table in the library, it is basically mine, right? That's how this works. Another thing that I'm not sure you can do anything with, like this kind of thing. Does it achieve anything later in the game, I wonder? I don't know. Otherwise, I would have rathered they spent a little bit more time ironing out a few of the technical glitches rather than inserting this stuff, which admittedly is, I guess it pads out the world a bit, like you can interact with stuff. But if it doesn't actually accomplish anything, and stuff that does accomplish things doesn't work quite as smoothly as it should do, I think you should probably go for the basic mechanics first. There's a book. Come here. What's the range on this? Oh, it's big. Okay. I don't actually have to move, I don't think. Unless there's no more books in my immediate vicinity, which there aren't, so off we go. Yes, Adam Gray is right. Thanks, Atreus, which I think is the kid from Ragnarok, isn't it? Or God of War, which I haven't played. But yeah, basically the same thing. You find a thing that you think, oh, I might have to figure this out and use my brain, and then the character or a character tells you exactly what to do immediately. Which, again, I should like, right? I don't like puzzle games. What I don't like is not knowing where things are. Once I know where they are, I'll figure it out, but there's a book. That was it? Oh, it's done already. Fantastic. Highly efficient. Except for, oh, I hadn't noticed that before. Sorry, I'm going to critique basic mechanics. Apparently, like, you have... Yeah, there is a window around you. I don't know what you'd call that. Like clipping, I guess, or not anti-clipping, whatever you call it in video game terminology. You can't neatly go around corners. Interesting. It's actually not interesting at all unless you're incredibly anal, but apparently I am. Yes, objectively a cat. Aloy did do that in Horizon. I played Horizon. I haven't played Forbidden West yet. I liked Horizon for the world building stuff. I love that sort of post-apocalyptica. But yeah, like you literally have a mechanic which lets you see exactly where your enemies are walking at any given time. So you can lay traps and things, and it makes you think you're really clever, even though you're not. Oh, apparently I haven't completed that yet. There's books left. This is me not paying attention. Oh dear. Up the stairs we go again. Where are my books? There's one. Missed it. Right, I saw you here. There you are. One left. I would say to chat, shout if you see this final book, except that there's a huge delay, so it wouldn't be at all useful to me, but there it is. No, it isn't. That's just a weird light effect. Okay. Where is the final book?
Revelio.
Well, someone just said how big is the delay. Given that I said delay, I would say 90 seconds ago. There it is. Found you. Or it's a light glitch again, which has happened before. There it is. Yes, come here. Haha.
That's the last book.
Quest complete.
Now to take them back to Cressida.
Yes. There is a debate, or like an argument amongst people who do video games, as to what, by way of, say, like audio logs or pages and things, what they're supposed to accomplish. So if you take like Cyberpunk, for example, Cyberpunk has entire essays on effectively post-capitalism, which are, you know, I would say 99% of gamers probably won't read more than a paragraph of, if even that. But the theory, I guess, with that is that, you know, it gives the impression of depth, or it gives actual depth to the world. There is another school of thought, which is that you can save time and money by making all of these things integral to some kind of story. So either they are telling a story in their own right, which adds material to the world, or they are integral to whatever actual main, like, A-plot story you happen to be pursuing. God damn it, I need to change sensitivity. And it's what you choose to spend your resource on in that case. And I'm not sure where I stand. I never read half of Cyberpunk's essays on like, yeah, dystopic techno-futurism, but I liked that they were there.
Hello, Cressida.
Much like that thing we just picked up, that little page. I didn't care what it was saying. I did kind of like that it was there, but on the other hand, like, having to write some of this stuff as well, it's kind of superfluous. You want to get the basic fundamental things right, I think, before you go into superfluity, is that a word? The superfluous stuff.
Here you are.
Well, lesson learned. I certainly won't be practicing any charms in the library again anytime soon. Now, to work out where I went wrong. Perhaps I should start brushing up on my Latin.
Yeah, flavor text. Osmi calls them flavor text, that's quite a nice way of putting it. I don't think audio logs are necessarily flawed, or like flawed but functional. I think you can accomplish things with audio logs that you just can't do in any other medium, which does give sort of extra depth to the world while the player's doing something else. But the key, I think, there has to be, like, the audio log isn't interrupting the player as they're doing what they're doing, so you can listen to it as you're going. It doesn't stop you from doing anything that you are supposed to be doing otherwise. I think that's probably the key, because like one of the more important things is that you don't interrupt players from the flow of the game as often as you possibly can anyway. If you do that, then you run the risk of losing people's attention, or they start falling out of that imaginative space they need to be in to pursue the story when they've got other things going on as well. You know, there's all kinds of things to be paying attention to when you're playing a game, as we've been doing so far. Like, there's the aesthetics, there's the world building stuff, there's the dialogue, there's side characters and all the rest of that. But if you want to keep people laser focused on the actual A-plot, you ideally don't take them away from that. And that sort of includes cutscenes, right? So preferably, I think, you don't do cutscenes too often that deny the player the ability to actually control what they're doing.
Looking for me?
It just breaks the mentality that you get into, that flow you get into when you're just like moving around the space.
Not at all. Professor Weasley tells me that you need to go to Hogsmeade. You must be eager to have your own things again. And to see the village.
I've been looking forward to it.
Good. Shall we set off?
Yes, we need to go to Hogsmeade, because so far we've been waving somebody else's wand around, and it's about time we got our hands on our own one. So I think that's where we're going next. Mario T says he doesn't like the Souls style of storytelling. Seems to be background without anything in the foreground. There's a reason for that. I'm pretty sure I read a few months ago. What's the guy's name who's head of FromSoft? Can't remember his name, but he grew up reading The Lord of the Rings without actually being able to read English, so he read fractions of plot.
I was glad Professor
and
Weasley asked me to accompany
had to
you.
fill in the gaps on his own, and that influenced his own storytelling style. So he gives you bare fractions of information from which he allows you to just sort of extrapolate or fill in gaps and all the rest of that, and that's what creates that quite unique FromSoft Soul style storytelling mode. I'm kind of with you though. I don't really like it that much. I quite like a strong through arc in whatever I'm playing, because you have to invest in something. Some people are very good at investing in headcanon, which is essentially what Souls games, I think, invite you to do. I can do that, but if I'm doing that, I'd rather be actually writing a book with a coherent storyline. I'm not very good at, say, Soul-style games which have just bits of story, and that you have to invest in filling the gaps between the polls that have been set up for you by the creator who didn't really understand how narrative writing works. I understand for some people that's really enjoyable. It's just not really my kind of thing.
Not much for the cold, are you?
Oh, I do not mind the cold so much, but it has taken some getting used to. I did not grow up around snow. Oh, wait, over here.
Yes, is this where we're actually going? Or
flies in this area.
why is that important?
What's so special about them?
They are interesting to look at, but if you stew them, you can also use them in potion making.
Okay then, potion making. That's another thing. So this is why I'm probably quite a shit gamer. Not just because I don't have much time to do them at the moment. Also, I sold my consoles years ago, and I've only recently started buying games again and playing them and writing them, as it turns out. That's a surprise. But like crafting mechanics have never been my thing at all. Like I find those just frustrating and time-consuming and irritating. I think I'm more of a story game person probably than a Souls game person.
Absolutely.
That's the Forbidden Forest on the left. It's off limits to students, as the name implies.
If I remember rightly, there is a tree in there that will twat you if you go too close to it.
It is too dangerous. I think that calling it forbidden only makes it more alluring.
I also like health and safety just doesn't exist in the Wizarding world. You've got a school with a forest right next to it, which students can just walk into because no one actually guards the damn thing. And in there are trees that will kill you, there are centaurs that will kill you, there are spiders that will kill you. There's about 15,000 species of thing that will kill you in some form. But that's fine, they didn't go in and burn it down or kick the centaurs out, they just left it. It's all good.
About me than I had thought. I will say, while I certainly learn a great deal in class, much can be gleaned outside of the castle walls.
Oh, I'm corrected. Apparently the Whomping Willow shouldn't exist yet. I will defer to your superior knowledge of Whomping Willows, as legit as it gets.
How are you settling in? I remember the weeks that followed my arrival feeling quite strange. Everything was so new and unfamiliar.
I'm getting used to things. What about you? Do you finally feel settled?
I still miss my homeland, but it is beautiful here too. And getting out of the castle and exploring helped me to adjust quite a bit. Hogwarts has become something of a home now, I would say. Hopefully it will for you too.
See, another thing I'm kind of interested to see if the game does is does it actually flesh these characters out? Because there's enough that you could do with this girl to make her interesting. Like, why did she leave? And who were her parents? What was her backstory? All we know so far is that she left and now she's here, and that's fine. I don't think we've had any more than that so far. But if you want to create these people as opposed to just this person is going to guide you from place to place while giving you some vague contextual information, yeah, you kind of want to build that out. But that's how you form relationships with people, and I don't know how much the game does by way of that. I think that's another problem with open world games I tend to have, is that certainly Breath of the Wild is a fundamentally lonely game, and a lot of open world stuff is fundamentally lonely. You meet people because you need to do that for a quest, or you need to do it to get information, but you don't really form any kind of character attachment to them.
Castle walls, not just Hogsmeade. I am happy to explore.
And then what are you really investing in? Well, there's your own story, of course, which is important.
It might be nice to have a friend with you.
But as she just said, it might be nice to have a friend with you. So, yeah, maybe they'll flesh her character out. We will see. As long as it's not the terrifying kid with the huge chin and the freckles and the 35-year-old voice actor, I don't mind.
And here we are. It is hard to know where to start.
Hello, are you one of my teachers?
The Three Broomsticks is the place for butterbeer. And you can get any sweet you can imagine at Honeydukes. I could not choose a favorite shop here.
Skelmersdale asks, how are the controls, aiming, selecting and such?
I can tell you that you are certain to find everything you need.
Movement, fine. Obviously, you can change sensitivity and things. There are these clipping issues I mentioned earlier. Aiming, you've got two options. It defaults to right stick aiming, but it's quite vague. So, for example, if I'm standing here, I can't do it in this particular instance because it won't let you actually aim. You can do first-person aiming, I think. Yeah, there you go. But for default aiming, the auto-lock aiming, if you're standing here and you're looking in between, there's basically just a chance that you will end up targeting this person or her And changing isn't necessarily the most intuitive thing in the world, but the alternative that they give you is that you change to left stick aiming, which is just no, because I don't want aim and move on the same stick. So yeah, first person I think will compensate for that.
Of course, you will enjoy Mr. Ollivander, and I am keen to see what you will do with a wand of your own. You should be able to collect
for God's
everything you
sake,
need
woman,
and
stop
still
it.
have time to
Bloody
explore a
wand
little as
puns.
well. Experience Hogsmeade at your own pace. We can meet up in the town circle when you are finished.
Michael Tynan says, am I enjoying the game so far? Yes, I think with significant qualifications. Yes. It is too handholdy. Significantly too handholdy, as we've just seen. I couldn't actually move unless I did this, for example. I'm going to go get my wand first. It's too handholdy. The actual plot writing, when you get to it, or what we've seen of it so far, is bad, but the mechanics have promise. And the world is kind of... I mean, yeah, the world is growing on me. Right, now this is when an old man tells me how to use my wand.
I'll be right with... Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please.
Not gonna lie, I thought that was a huge blunt sticking out of his ear there, but it's not, it's a wand.
Hello, sir. I'm looking
for a new wand, yes.
Thank you,
about
Moxie.
Time.
Yes, about time?
Well, you're our new 5th-year student, are you not? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you are. Gerbold Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure. Finest wand makers in the world. It's a pleasure.
Melvin deeply suggests that we ban Polyjuice Potion because look what it did to Madonna. I concur. Someone I saw on Twitter earlier today described Madonna as like haunted Tupperware, which I really like and I'm going to steal.
Yes. Yes. Powerful core. 10.5
God's
inches.
sake.
You might do.
Stop stroking the wand. Yeah, 10.5 inches would probably do though, you're right, yes.
Well, go ahead, swish. How odd. Once more, come on, really swish it. Oh dear. Well, this isn't a good match at all, is it? We'll find you something, not to worry. No, not you. Perhaps. Yes.
Yeah, 10.5 wasn't big enough. We're now going for 13 and 3/4 inches.
3/4 inches, dragon heartstring. Let's give this one a try.
To be fair, it's probably wise to start off with 10.5 before you move up to 13 and 3/4.
Oh, goodness. Looks like it's back to the shelf for you. This is proving to be trickier than I had anticipated.
Try a smaller one first.
Where are you? Perhaps you? There you are. Yes, I think you might be the one. Here, take it.
I don't want to take your wand, old man. Oh, I get to choose anyway. Okay, fine. Rightio. 14 1/4. Reasonably supple, which means it will be bigger once it's actually, you know, stiff. No, I think that's dangerous. Oh, hang on. I don't get a choice. Okay. I'm actually stuck with a reasonably supple 14 1/4 inch wand. Well, I mean, it's slightly smaller than in real life, but I guess, you know, you have to make allowances for artistic license.
How intriguing.
It doesn't look like a wand, I have to say. It looks more like a very, elongated turd. Oh, can I choose?
Curious indeed.
That's a bit more wand-like. You can choose it for maximum pleasure, of course. I mean, do you want it ribbed like this one? Or slightly bent at unpredictable angles?
How intriguing.
Do you want it white? I don't know where I was going with that one. I'm going to go for one that doesn't look like a chaise. Thank you.
Curious indeed.
Do I want it called notched and warm brown, though? That's a no, I don't really. Ringed and dark brown sounds interesting. I haven't had one of those. Oh, you get to choose anyway. Okay. Yeah, Shad would be having a field day with this. I mean, this is all just like, which stick do you want?
How intriguing.
None of this seems to be changing the actual wand. At all. What are we thinking? Do we think Elder Wand? Elder Wand. I think that was the one that English Oak... Well, I mean, I am English. That sounds probably... Ah, we do get to choose the size. That's the safe one. That just seems unwieldy. So I think I'm gonna, like... We're gonna go... Like... Yeah... 12 inches. I think, like, 12 inches isn't greedy, is it? No, I don't think it is. That must be fine. Reasonably supple. Whippy. Pliant. That's just basically soft.
Curious indeed.
Brittle is dangerous. Hard. Yeah, I mean, that's a start. Solid. Stiff. Oh dear. Oh dear. What is going on? Unbending.
How intriguing.
Slightly yielding. Unyielding. Most of these are actually synonyms. We don't, like, hard and unyielding is basically the same.
Curious indeed.
What's the most pathetic you can get? Quite bendy. That is pretty pathetic. I would agree. So we're gonna go for...
How intriguing.
Immaturity, isn't it lovely? I think I might just go for... No, we're unyielding. You want to be unyielding. What do you want inside your wand? I don't know how to work this one into a sex joke. Dragon heartstring. I think that's Harry Potter's wand has a dragon heartstring, doesn't it? Or does it have a phoenix feather? I have a vague recollection that Voldemort's has a unicorn hair because he hates unicorns or something. I don't remember. We will go great range of magic, consistent magic, powerful magic. Well, we want power because
a dragon
we are
heartstring
Aryan.
wand is most powerful and learns quickly.
It learns... Okay, fine. Let's just go with that.
What do you think? Extraordinary. Another wand, another beginning of a bright and magical future. Now, how did that feel?
Good.
Ah, no, Chad is right. He has a phoenix feather as well. Isn't that something to do with the wands locking together at the end of
your connection seemed
Goblet of Fire? Is that like
powerful.
their wands are
The
too
right
similar, so
wand
they sort of do a
just as you
thing?
learn from
I haven't
it.
read that book in a long time.
to try it out.
I would imagine so. A wand with a dragon heartstring core is capable of dazzling magic. And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions, particularly in a moment of need.
That sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander.
Oh, yes, it does.
I'll let you
yeah.
get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
We really need to get away from this wand shop because oh no. How do I test this out? Can I Avada Kedavra? No, it didn't work. Damn it. Oh well. Can I steal from you? I can. Yes, away from the wand shop. I think we've had our fill of wand. Completely full up of wand, actually. Rightio. Do we have any quests we need to do here? What else have we got? Hairdressing salon. I'm assuming... Well, can I get a new Aryan hairstyle there? Or is it just like, can you change between your existing presets? My guess would be... existing presets. We are here. That is... It sells a variety of brooms, apparently. I don't know how much money I've managed to steal from people who left it in the library, though. That's the problem. I don't think I've stolen enough yet, but we can have a look. Let's go and have a look at some brooms.
I was standing behind a till counting...
It's right here. Oh, we can't do that yet. Fine. Let's go get a haircut. Because it's exactly this kind of of content that you want from a story-driven game.
Revelio.
Oh yeah, there must be some things around I can do. God, these security-conscious people. The Three Broomsticks is a pub. I mean, I would like to go there. Oh, hello. Have I been allowed to oppress anybody yet? Asks Semantic Dragon. I don't think so. Unless you count beating people in games. Come here. Although technically, my little helper friend, who is just the help, is foreign. So I guess, you know, the help isn't white. So yeah, I'm oppressing people because they're my friend and they're doing things for me. That's the door. I saw some weird texture stuff. Oh no, it's not weird texture, it's just, right.
Hello.
Oh, come in! Come in! Welcome to Madame Snelling's Tress Emporium. I'm sure I've no need to introduce myself. They used to call me Snelly. Oh, Snelly! Why aren't you studying to be an aura? But I showed them. They're stuck in the dust at the ministry, and I'm here, thriving. Absolutely thriving. But look at you.
So, slightly perplexing here.
I can certainly see
It's
why
bad
you paid me a visit.
that the
Looking
game
for a change, are we?
doesn't represent marginalised peoples, even though it does. But it's acceptable for a school dropout and clear idiot to be someone effectively employed in a nail salon. And that's not an offensive stereotype, I think.
Why
I guess
not, I
idiots
say?
aren't a protected
What sort of
characteristic,
change?
but even so,
Some are going for that
it's a bit,
muggle with consumption.
cliche.
Sort of death becomes me allure. But you won't find poisons here. No need for chloride of lime or ammonia when you have magic. Why don't you spend a moment choosing how you'd like to look? You can change your hair too if you'd like.
Yeah, let's
What
see what they've got
services
to
do
offer.
you
I have a nasty feeling this is going to be a waste of time, and it's basically
What is it you
just
might be interested in?
everything we had the option to choose at the beginning of the game. That is exactly what it is. Is there a more Aryan hairstyle that we would like, folks? I don't know. I mean, no. Someone did point out you can actually get a skin fade though in the 1800s. That's not it, but it's around here somewhere. We are not going to change our hairstyle today, so go away. Well, that was an exquisite use of our time.
Revelio.
Oh yeah, quests. I should actually be doing something. Visit Tomes and Scrolls, Pippin's Potions, and the Magic Neep. Right, that's where we're going. That had better not be it. That's miles away. Oh, it's not. Thank you. Honeydukes, Stepley and Sons, Hogsmeade Square. That's where we need to go. And it's roughly in the same direction.
Revelio.
Welcome to J. Pippin's Potions.
I will steal from you first. Asylum mask? What? I'll have to check that out. Why would this man have an asylum mask in his gear? Where is that? That's where it is. Interesting. So I could turn into Bane at some point in the future, I think. Let's not look, no. Let's not look either blind or terrifying. Have we got anything else? What else? Yeah. Oh god, no. Very cheap. Right, what are we doing here?
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. When I heard the bell, I thought you were Miss Lawang. Not that she deigns to come here.
Decorum Lopez is advanced Gandalf the Gimp, which really, really should have been the name that I went for. God damn
Is
it.
it really? Well, Parry Pippin at your service. And this is J. Pippin's Potions. Potions for all ailments. You'll have read it on the sign, of course, but Grandfather always made me say it in full. How may I help you today?
Professor Weasley sent me to collect some recipes. I'm new at Hogwarts.
You're the student she sent the owl about. I set your things aside immediately. I suspected if you're anything like I was at your age, you'd want your potion supplies. Is it not the most fascinating art, potion making?
No, it isn't, because it's crafting. I don't like that.
Are potions really that
The only good thing about
versatile?
potions was Snape, and that's because he
May not be as
quite
showy as
clearly
spell
hated
work,
his students.
But make no mistake, they are just as powerful. They can heal, destroy, protect. You'll discover all of this soon enough. As it's your first time in, I should mention that it's not just potion recipes I sell. I also offer ready-made drafts for all manner of uses, and I unveil new ones from time to time. Pop in when you can so you don't miss out on anything. But for now, let's get you those recipes, shall we? What can I do for you today?
I don't know. What do I need? What's this? Oh, I can sell things. I think this could get me in trouble, although it gives me more defense. I guess a gimp mask, it does, yes, I suppose. Oh, all of these horrible looking things are better than the things I'm currently wearing. That's not what I want. Do I want to look like a gimp for an extra, like, 2 defense? I think I'm on 4 at the moment. I don't think I do. So I'm going to sell the gimp mask. It was his to begin with. I only stole it. And now I'm imagining him doing stuff in a gimp mask. Oh, let's move on. I don't want to look like an office person, and I don't want to be blind. So, what can we buy? Causes a rocky film to develop on the consumer's skin, helping to protect them from harm. That is something for people who don't know how the block button works. Healing might, though, be useful.
Feel free to take a look at the rest of my inventory.
Yeah, that's
or
all
come back
too
another
expensive.
time if you're in a rush today.
I need to steal a lot more money before I can afford that stuff. Wait, oh shit, you can change the appearance of items. Is it too late to buy back the gimp mask and see what I can turn it into that doesn't look like a gimp mask? No, I can't buy it back. Oh no. There we are. I could have put some, I don't know, polka dots on the gimp mask and made it look more cheerful, but we'll never find out now because I've sold it to the man I stole it from. Cecil Rhodes asks what the currency is other than galleons. There's Knuts, which is the bronze one. I don't remember what the silver one is, and then it's galleons, which is the most expensive one. But the silver one is... nope, it's gone. I've lost it completely. Hang on, what's this? I mean, is this achieved? For fuck's sake. This, I think, is the definition of superfluous detail. That achieved nothing. That's just a waste of my time. Right, where else are we going now? We have to go to... That looks important. Tomes and scrolls. I think we have to go there.
I find myself scurrying home at night.
God damn it. I really need to learn the unlock spell. It will make stealing from people a lot easier. This is probably the one. Yes, it is. Right. Can I steal from you? Ooh, I can, but it's next door. You won't mind, will you, if I just pop back here? No, you won't. Fine. Oh, it's that again. Well, that's protected, but we can use this. Rightio. Hello again. I did absolutely nothing wrong in your bedroom. I just wanted to have a look.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the spellcrafts Professor Weasley ordered.
Matilda's student.
Cecil Rhodes asks, does the game only allow you to choose 2 genders?
I am the proprietor here.
I'm trying to remember how that
Thomas
worked.
Brown.
You can choose to be male, but you can choose to be a witch, which I think counterbalances, or is an attempt to counterbalance the accusation of transphobia. So,
it is magic
you can choose to be created as male, but identify as a witch. And if we end up going to, is it Honeymead, the pub in this village, then we will meet somebody who did just that.
Stay the course.
JJ asks a salient question, why did this beardy widow have a school uniform in his bedroom? I dread to think, and so I'm not going to think about it.
And I too seen it. Spellcrafts are incredibly useful for conjuring unique items like custom pieces of furniture or decoration. But I shall let Professor Weasley do the teaching. For now, let's get the spellcrafts you need. A potting table and a potion station, yes?
I believe so, sir.
Good. Nothing like being able to grow your own ingredients and brew what you want.
Carlisle says the sorting hat will out you anyway. It's yeah, it's a fundamentally transphobic hat. It's a bigoted hat. It's nice of these people to give me all of this incredibly useful thing for free.
If you're interested, feel free to take a look around at the rest of my inventory.
Oh, that's quite good. Oh yeah, I don't want the hipster scarf. I don't want working class hat. I don't want biker gloves. I don't want blindness. I will keep that. You would think inventory and gear are the same thing, but no. Yay. It's still tweed. I'm still not going to be out of place in Scotland. Unless I can change the look. Oh no, we've already established this. No, that's all good. Rightio. Visit the Magic Neep is the next quest. Where is that? The Magic Neep. No, 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 no. A beast supply shop? Is beast a qualifier or a noun? That's the one. What are you? Oh, okay. I'm not liking the lack of shortcuts available in this game. I like to try and be efficient in how I walk to things, and if somehow I managed to be incredibly inefficient in my bid to find a shorter way to get to my destination. Fantastic. Oh yeah, as chat's pointed out, it might be Mr. Beast's shop.
Hello there.
In which case, it's doing much better work for the world than Hassan Piker is. Hello, Timothy Teasdale.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the seeds Professor Weasley arranged for me to collect.
Oh, the dittany for the new 5th year. I take it that's you then. Merlin's beard. Starting Hogwarts as a 5th year.
Marmite Popsicle asks if I am aiding and abetting in the trans genocide. Well, I'm told that I am, which is why I've turned myself into an Aryan. But in reality, because I'm not insane, no.
By the way, and this is my shop, the Magic Neep. I keep the cart out here because I like a good chat. Can't very well be in the thick of things if I'm heading away inside now, can I?
I suppose not.
In addition to seeds, I have plenty of plants. Grow everything myself. My speciality is potion ingredients. Even Pippin purchases from me. But what say we get you a packet of Dittany seeds? Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
So this is the guy who sells me weed, right? He looks the type. I think that's what he sells. We're going to go with that.
Do have a look around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest,
He
I'd wager.
does sell me weed. We can have fluxweed, not grass.
Well, that's everything.
Mallow
Better go and
sweet.
find
I don't know what that is, but that sounds expensive. And shrivel fig, which sounds like it's going to give you erectile dysfunction. So I don't think we can go for that. Well, at least I know where to come if I want to get high. Thank you, beardy weirdo. That is everything we needed to do, although we have not yet visited the pub. So I think the pub is where we're going to go. Which is not that one. It's that one, I think? Yeah, that sounds right. Honeydukes, I think that's a pub. And totally isn't a federal agent, Cecil Rhodes. No, he's definitely not. Hello, fellow smokers. I am underage. Serve me beer or cake. Oh yes, more pointless animation. If I can actually eat cake. I might have already done that. No, I can eat more cake. Look and admire at the resources that went into this animation. It's gone. Okay. Well, blink and you miss it, but that was definitely worth somebody's several hours to animate.
Revelio.
Is there anything in here I can actually do? I'm reliably told there's a trans... Oh, no, it's Honeydukes the cake shop, and then there's the pub, which is a different place. The 3 broomsticks. Yes, chat, well done. I forgot my Potter lore. Where's that? Stepley & Sons. Is that a lawyer's? Oh, it's a tea shop. That's a shame. Hogsmeade Square. Where is... There it is. Let's go to the pub. Not convinced by the running animation. I think he does look a bit insane. Can I do anything here?
Revelio.
Will they not even attempt to serve me because I'm 15 or however old I'm supposed to be? No, I can drink, yes. See, a nice touch might have been, is it GTA and games like that where you can drink stuff for health but get drunk at the same time and it makes the camera swirl? That would have been fun. But I guess we can't really endorse underage drinking. Although, this is Scotland, where I believe people on average start drinking at the age of 3.5. So really, it's unbelievable world building to not have drunk children in the streets.
Ah, I have everything. I see what you meant about not being able to pick a favorite shop.
We should walk around a bit more. Perhaps today is the day I finally pick one.
Ah, yes. Somebody on the writing staff has realised that we've potentially gone... Well, I can look at the clock. 2 hours and 43 minutes between action sequences. So it's time, I hope, for us to take on this fine person.
Draw it away from the building! Away from the village!
Can I not kill it? That would be more fun. Where did... I'm sorry. Where did you come from? Oh, fuck. Circle. Pay attention. Stop watching chat. Have to not die. How did nobody... How did it get in? I'm really confused. Mechanics. How did, How the hell did it get into a house?
Are we weakening him at all?
Yes, we're weakening him. Shut up.
We have to wear him down.
Levioso.
Okay, Levioso didn't work. You can probably gauge my my Elden Ring playstyle from my propensity to dodge rather than block. Oh shit. Pay attention. Ancient magic throw? What's this? Oh shit, okay. That's the thing I didn't know I could do.
I was trying to beat him at his own game.
My god, the voice acting. She's like, what is that? Well, for God's sake. Okay, maybe I'll actually have to block at some point in this fight. Oh, that didn't work. Blocking didn't work against this guy. He's too big. Yeah, what was I complaining about? Voice acting, that's what I was complaining about. Fighting a troll. Also, this game gives you a nice little ring around you to indicate exactly when you're supposed to either block or dodge. Which, again, I didn't need, but again, I suppose accessibility. Or barrel. So wait, if these two kids, me and this person, are happily quite easily killing this troll, why did the villagers try and run one away? Okay. That seems like the kind of useful thing I could have done at the beginning of the fight. I can explode people.
Goodness. A second troll. Did you two take on a fully grown troll by yourselves?
I suppose so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Merlin's beard.
Just
Are you
love
all right?
the voice
We
acting.
are.
It's
We're
just
glad
so
to help.
nonchalant.
I'd say help
Just
is
been
a bit
attacked by
of
a
an
giant
understatement.
murder troll. It's like, oh,
Yes,
it's a
like
bit of a
that.
blur, to be honest.
The makings of an aura, if you ask me. If you are unharmed, perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were.
Of course, officer.
Singer. Officer Singer. And thank you, again.
Oh, I was going to ask you a question, but I guess too late. Repair the damage. I remember that one.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, for God's
a
sake.
moment, if you would.
Who?
I will see what he wants.
Yeah, you deal with him. If I remember rightly, because it's Harry Potter, if you want to repair something, you say, reparo. How do I do that, though? Oh, I learned that skill. I remember, yes.
Reparo.
Lucky they didn't do more damage.
You might almost say I learnt that skill precisely because the game knew that I would need it in about 2 hours' time.
One less thing for Officer Singer to worry about.
Anything else? Oh, God. Wait, where's the house that the troll somehow magically burst out of, despite the fact that it had to burst into it to get out of it, and apparently hadn't done that without... that's mechanically confusing. Hello. No. Okay, someone asked me about an hour ago, targeting. Yeah, that's... There we go. Yeah, I'm very perplexed by this troll encounter. I wonder if we'll learn more. I have just put probably 15 labourers out of work. I don't think that's a good thing, but it's magic.
Reparo.
Speak to the shopkeeper. Okay, then. What's the betting? These people are incredibly casual. Yep.
We were just talking about you.
I would be talking about the troll attack, but okay.
Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus Hill, clothier extraordinaire. I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help restoring Hogsmeade to its rightful state.
I was happy to help.
Frankly, you deserve an Order of Merlin. But I can offer you something much more useful. I own Gladrag's wizardware, and among my inventory are some unique items that afford certain protections, as it were. Life-saving protections.
And I assume you're going to give them to me for
This
free.
will be your last dangerous encounter. I'd like to give you one such set of robes. In thanks for what you did
I don't
today.
save towns from trolls for nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's very generous of you.
It's the least I can do. Now, let's try this on for size, shall we? Plenty for your perusal
0
today.
2,500.
Take your
The
time.
gays were not as cool back then. I don't know. I mean, I think this guy is dapper. Cool is maybe not the word I would have chosen though. Yeah, and then maybe you're right. Hang on. I came to school with one of these. I'm pretty sure. You're not giving me anything. That's well, it's free, and I can sell it back to you for money. So I guess we'll go for that. You have received a new piece of gear. I know how this works. Oh my god. See, I'm already wearing a traditional school robe that is well appointed. He has given me a traditional school robe that is well appointed, though it does give me +5 offense. I think just by playing the game, apparently I've been incredibly offensive, but yes, I'm always keen to up my offensiveness, so we will wear that. And everything else is incredibly expensive. All I get from this guy for saving a town from a troll is a new school uniform.
What an extraordinary introduction to Hogsmeade. I would say that we, and you in particular, have earned at least one butterbeer. Shall we head to the Three Broomsticks?
Sounds like a good idea.
Wonderful. Just down this way then.
I sell even more battle-worthy items.
Yeah, you do, but they're really expensive and I don't want them. I will take your tea though. There's nothing in it, but okay. Oh dear. Right, off we go. Jake Bobenreith, I think I've pronounced that correctly, asks, this game takes place in the 1890s. If it was the 1990s like the movies, what were the consequences of bringing something like a camera or a phone into Hogwarts? I don't know. I don't think that's actually addressed in the books. They're sort of they're a bit without technology in the books because they have magic. But I don't remember anyone in the books, even Muggles, really using them, except when like Hagrid is perplexed by the underground. I assume that they have magical detectors on the gates of Hogwarts that stop you bringing phones in, because it's a soft magic system and you can just do anything you want for convenience's sake. Theodore Pinnock says you went with Natsai, not Sebastian. I don't remember who Sebastian is. Have I made the wrong choice? I thought he was the really creepy guy. Oh, it's this guy.
Student, take down your distraction. Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
Bitch, you're 3 foot tall, you're not intimidating.
Let's go.
It's quite clearly in his eyeline, except that he was 3 foot tall, so he couldn't see above the stairs.
I don't think so.
See, there's many disadvantages to being short.
Ranrock is working with Rookwood.
The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere. Quickly, let's get inside the Three Broomsticks.
It's a treat to see you, Lord God.
Quickly, let's
I shall
hide
let
in
you
the
know
pub.
If I hear anything.
Wait for this whole thing to blow
You be
over.
well. Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time here.
Welcome. Butterbeer's on me.
So this is Serona Ryan. Serona Ryan is apparently the first
Heard about the
trans
attack.
character in
I shall be
Hogwarts
looking in on
lore.
the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one, single-handedly.
Though it's hard to tell because it does just sound like
Is
one
that
of the
right?
other 2 voice
Well
actors
done.
in this entire game putting on a
Thanks
voice.
for this.
My pleasure. I will say, trolls in Hogsmeade. That's never happened before.
And yet here you are at
That's
work
not
as though
right.
nothing has happened.
The only brutes we usually have to deal with are... How timely.
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Serona.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the two of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm only here for this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
Only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, my friend is busy.
Taking an unhealthy interest in 15-year-old
One would
boys,
think you
you could
had
put him on a
enough
register and have
one
done with him. This isn't difficult.
Come, Theophilus. The Three Broomsticks isn't what it used to be. Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy. Watch your back. Rookwood and Harlow are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Oh my god, the voice acting.
Trolls, Ranrock, and Rookwood. What are you not telling me?
I promised to tell you everything, but it's perhaps best I do that later.
I think that now might be a good time to head back to the castle.
So, yeah, I think the theme that's emerging with this game is that when you're exploring, it's kind of nice, and the world building is, you know, kind of pleasurable in sort of its physical details, and the magic system could, you know, has potential. It's as soon as you come to the plot, which involves characters speaking. I'm just gonna eat something in every building I go to. As soon as you come to the plot that involves characters speaking, the writing is not good, and the voice acting, actually, it would be inaccurate. Oh, it's nighttime now. Fantastic. And it's raining. Okay. Yeah, the voice acting isn't even acting. It does sound digitized. I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
I am certainly glad Serona was there.
And that she isn't intimidated by thugs like Rookwood and Harlow.
I want to
Like,
understand
no one
what's
is
going on.
reacting
And
to
I hoped
what's
you would
just
tell me.
happened.
But
Your
for the
town has
moment,
just
we
been
should return
attacked
to the
by
castle.
huge
Professor
trolls that
Weasley will
destroyed your
certainly hear
houses and
about the troll
shops.
attack soon if she
But
hasn't already.
we're all moving on
I
as
don't
though
want her to worry.
it's just a normal day at work. And I don't know if that... You must return to your common room for the... Okay, fine. I don't know if that's because, again, they've just hired really terrible voice actors, or because they have actually done the cheap thing and digitized them. I wouldn't be surprised if they had. You can do that now. But it does sort of take you out of the game a bit. Like, surely someone would have reacted to something that just happened. But apparently not, so hooray. I'm trying to find where I sleep. The bell tower. That's a thing. Let's go for the sec. It'll be around here somewhere. Oh, it's there. Right. Hooray. I don't want to walk there. No, how do I fast travel in this game? Oh, it's square. Fantastic. Yeah, if it is AI generated though, I'm not a fan. I know it's cheap. I know you can do it quickly and increasingly easily, but one of the many sort of latent things about world building in games is that characters are characters because of how they sound and how they speak. Voice actors will bring individual little moments and inflections that make them distinct from each other, and they'll react to things if they're paid properly and if they're actually good at their jobs. They will react to things that have actually happened, as opposed to just any given thing. So fucking Voldemort could appear in front of me now and shag Dumbledore, and my character's voice actor would be like, "Oh, hello, Professor Dumbledore." And that's not believable or interesting in any way. And it's not only not immersive, it's counter-immersive. It's forcing me out of the world that they're depicting, which is a shame, because there's a lot of fun in the world that they're depicting. Anyway, my mouse has just died. Yes, right, off we go. I have to go and see Mr. Fig. Wait, what? He found something in the locket from Gringotts. Fantastic. On we go with the plot. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have a minimap. Use the minimap. That's a good tip for new gamers. Assuming it's not... No, it's not in the toilet. I've just gone the wrong way again. So yeah, as I mentioned my terrible sense of direction, right? That is on display once again. Up the stairs. Up a lot of stairs. At least we know this this kid isn't taken to smoking at a young age.
Revelio.
Anything I need to do? Ooh. How did I not see that? Oh, pointless anyway. Also, a thing that's missing, I think, from the game is like the house point system. I know it's mentioned, but you could have done like really fun mechanical things. If you do bad stuff, you lose points for your house. If you complete quests or do stuff with professors, you gain points for your house. It wouldn't even need to impact the plot in any way, but it could have been like an end game scenario. Like your house is either won or not won the house cup, depending on whether you were good as a player or bad as a player. And I don't think that would have been impossible to implement, but as far as I know, it's not in the game, which is a shame because it does sort of detract from the that sort of public school visage that Hogwarts really markets itself on. Right, if I ever find a wine bar, that's where I will have to go. Duncan says that bad voice acting is definitely jarring if you've been spoiled by games like God of War. I, shamefully, have not yet played a single minute of God of War. I've seen more to play some of God of War 3. That's as far as I've got, so I will have to take your word on the voice acting, but they, I saw, what's his name, who plays Kratos. I watched his speech at the Video Game Awards, because I was waiting for the Judas announcement. And, I mean, yeah, he has a distinctive voice, which is, it helps. Even just having a distinctive voice can compensate for a lack of basic inflection and tonality. But this game doesn't even have distinctive voices. This game just has blandness. But again, like other bits about it are nice. Look how pretty it is. I like Hogwarts. Hogwarts is cool. God damn it. Yeah. Some of my problems with motion are because I am on Johnny Walker Black. Part of the problem though is this ultra-wide monitor. It makes everything look really skewed and weird, and you don't really have any depth perception. So walking into walls is not something I usually do while playing games, but it is happening in this occasion. Hello, what's that? So that's just my backstory. Why? Somebody wrote that, somebody put it in the game. We already know all of that information. I'm not entirely sure why they would have done that, but okay, fine. Paddy Murphy says, when do you get the broom and can start casting the die spell on the peons below? I think the broom is reasonably short order. Apparently, someone in chat earlier said that the death spell is later in the game.
Professor,
which is a shame, because I would like to kill some of these people just to minimize the work on the overtaxed AI voice.
Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor. It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
Goblin silver. Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls to...
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade? With Rookwood?
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could
Yeah,
get
Mr.
to
Overspawn has it
and
right. I don't
Rookwood
always
had
walk
to
into
run
walls,
on
but
the
when I do, it's because I'm on Johnny Walker Black. That's
This is great
yeah, that's
news
basically
indeed.
accurate.
If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
Yeah.
They're after the locket. You said you discovered something in it.
Yes, yes. I discovered an inscription. When I read it aloud, this map appeared. Clever
So if I was this guy, this isn't a voice acting thing, this is a character writing thing. If I was this guy and I'd found out that my wife had been investigating hidden ancient magic and had come across a portkey to Gringotts, I might have maybe mentioned my wife at some point in the intervening period.
I suspected you would
But
see something.
he doesn't
Shall we
seem to
go?
care.
I
It's just like,
appreciate
this is
your
information that the character needs, or the
enthusiasm,
player
and I'm
needs,
eager to
sorry,
discover
to
what
progress
we
the
may
plot. But
find there
the
as
characters who are
well.
intimately involved with the people in the plot
If our
don't
experience
seem
at
to recognize
Gringotts,
that fact.
Let alone what happened to Miriam, taught me anything, it's that the path we're on is terribly dangerous. I'd like you to work with Professor Hecat a bit before we continue.
But sir, how dangerous could the library be? Perhaps we're only after a book.
Perhaps we are only after a book, but we should be prepared for anything. Once you've honed your defensive magic further, come and see me.
Kylar suggests that
I'll
the
let
professor
Professor
is
Hecat
evil
know to
and
expect you.
unalived his wife. I mean, it's possible, I suppose. Get out of the damn way, you old... Ugh. One thing I haven't seen so far that I did notice more in my first playthrough, I say first playthrough, my first hour of playing the game, when I first played it, a lot of the students just have this random and very unfortunate habit of walking into each other and then reacting as though they'd caused some grave offense. It's a bit like GTA San Andreas, where like if you walked into someone, they'd sort of stumble backwards. That happened a lot when I first played it, but it hasn't happened as far as I've seen while I've been playing it today.
Behind me, I promise.
Revelio.
Wait, what? What traumatized person was... Oh, I think Eddie Cleaver is a ghost. He flies around with a big knife, I think.
Might some kind soul help me?
Nope.
If only a new student would help me.
Okay. The plot clearly wants me to help whoever the hell you are. Where are you? You're there. Will somebody help me? I wish a student would help me.
Zenobia
Hint, hint.
The girl whom everyone at school hates for no reason.
Everyone hates you. Why?
Emo.
Because Hogwarts is full of bullies and spoil sports.
Or nerd, one of the two.
One of the
Incel?
worst, that no-talent moon mind. I wanted to make some new friends, and so I brought my collection down to the common room. My gobstone collection, that is. I was hoping someone would want to play. Are you familiar with gobstones?
I don't want...
Little
No, I
balls,
don't want to play
like
you at a game.
marbles. Grand game. And if you lose, they spray you with a foul-smelling liquid.
Well, that's like chess, but if you lose, you get covered in shit. It sounds terrible.
I haven't much interest in a game that sprays you with odors.
Yes,
Only
good.
if you lose, which I never do. Or at least, not often. People can be so cruel. Just because they're sprayed all over with smelly gobstone spit, it's their own fault for losing.
I agree with this, yes.
Imelda is one of the worst losers. Everett and Astoria are terrible as well. And now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all
Oh
over the
god,
school.
collectible quests, no. There's already far too many of these in this
Rather
game.
an overreaction on their
I
part.
might skip
I'll
this.
say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented 5th year to help me.
You don't have any
Haven't you
friends?
many friends at school?
Not really. Natty said hello once, but not a word since.
But she looks like she's been here for at least 3 years. How do you not know anyone after that amount of time? How insufferable must you be to spend 3 years living with people and not know the names of a single one of them?
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm going to promise to do this, but not do it.
If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and see me again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
The only games I'm interested in playing are ones where I get to beat people in combat. Enough with your silly not card games. Unless it's Yu-Gi-Oh, but that's just an excuse to use abridged references.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's
Oh no,
gobstones.
it's tracking those No, it's tracking her quest. I don't want to do it. Go away. That's where we're going. Theodore Pinnock says he thinks she's a first year. I mean, it's possible she's a first year, even she just doesn't look small enough to be a first year. Oh, I have to learn a fire-making charm. Do I have to go to charms for that? Or will I be told where to go once I've reached the library? Am I about to burn some books? Is that why I need a fire-making charm before I go to the library?
Revelio. I don't think I can do this now.
Oh.
Best to come back.
So I need to learn the fire-making charm. Which I'm assuming... Ah, there we are. He has... My quest for this man is to go and see this man.
I don't think I'm ready for this just yet.
I'm not a huge fan of that either as a game mechanic. It's like, if you can't do a quest, and there's only one other reason really you'd have to be in the room where you do the quest, the better thing, in my mind at least, is to make it sort of diegetic in the way that, well, the room is locked until you have fulfilled the qualification necessary to actually do the quest that requires you to be there. If you go to the one room which only serves the function of letting you do the quest, and the only way you know you can't do it is if your character says, I'm not sure I'm ready for this yet. That's quite clunky in terms of game design, I think. Ideally, you just keep the room locked or otherwise inaccessible until you've fulfilled the requirements. Also, because it wastes the player's time.
I'm here about the new spell you wanted to teach me, Professor.
Good. Professor Fig indicated a certain urgency to you completing your defensive magic assignments. As such, you are to learn Incendio, the fire-making spell, handy for lighting torches, burning away spider webs,
and books,
and, when necessary, defending against those who would wish to do us harm.
Sounds versatile.
Quite. But before we get started, I'd like you to complete a few tasks. You may be surprised by some of them. Astonishing how much students don't think their professors know. When you're finished, come and see me. Then we shall begin working on Incendio. You know where to find me once you've finished.
Off we go. I don't believe I have used the word
crossed wands isn't as secret as it's believed to be
so far in the course of this video, but I'm veering closer to using the word padding, just because. Go meet this person. This person sends you to do 2 quests before you go back to this person, who gives you the information you need, or the skill you need, to do the quest that you went to begin with that you couldn't do because you hadn't seen that person yet. Yeah. it's not like impossible to do that. It's just you do kind of need to earn it. So I think I just knocked that person over. Well, that's cheered me up.
Here I've come
Or did he do that?
toilet bowl
No.
where she said I could swim. Did you praxia mole? As long as 'twere only one time per week, I can plunge the boy's lavatory, not for the
Glad you could make it. Lucan's just over there.
Who? Where? What?
Revelio.
What is this?
Levioso.
Ah. A collectible. Hooray.
Can I help you?
You look drunk. So, right. I'm imagining this has something to do with combat, so I should probably make the most of all of these little questy things I've been doing. That's one. Oh, I've already got that. Is there? Really? No, I haven't. There we are. But that's just appearance. I kind of want useful things. Fair enough.
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for
Jake
you,
Bobenreath
that's all
asks,
I need to
having
know.
seen the areas in the game already, I wonder how many children have died from magic, exploring the school and other areas. Are there any spells to fix dead people? I don't know if there are. I mean, the closest acknowledgement of that we've got is at the beginning when the headmaster announced that he's banned Quidditch because someone got injured, presumably while flying at like 90 miles an hour, 40 feet in the air. So he might have died.
Sebastian's not a bad duelist either.
Imagine it's quite something to see the two of you duel.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
This kid sounds way too young to be doing illegal things.
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides,
It's like, wouldn't it be like a 7th year student who was well in with students and staff who knew what he needed to know to found a secret society? Is it? Yeah. Just a slightly strange character decision, I think. Yeah, why not?
Get me in the
Let's fight someone.
spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Okay. Breakthrough, yellow shield, yes, I know that. Target lock, oh, you can target lock. I did not know this until this non-diegetic screen has informed me about the game mechanics. That's good.
Mind the one! Expulso!
Don't shy away now.
I'm still waiting. Yeah, I want to unlock more combat spells so the main attack isn't just spamming.
What to do?
I'm sure there are some, because there are plenty of spells to unlock in the game. It's just, will it get too boring for people if it's just like the one spam attack for the first however long of the game you play?
Ahead, but keep this up, and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. In fact, the second duel is ready when you are. And as a fully initiated member, you now have access to the official Crossed Wands training dummy. Very good way to master spell combinations. Come and see me, and I'll set it up. Again, congratulations on your first Crossed Wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
You will, because I think the quest demands it. Yes, it does, so I'm going to stay here. Where are you? There you are. Come here. Small child.
Hello, Lucan.
Is the next round of crossed wands all set?
Why, yes it is. I've got a great match lined up. Ready for another round?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Brilliant. Are you dueling with a partner?
I don't remember who Sebastian is. I was told earlier that it was surprising I'd gone with Natsai, not Sebastian. I like Sebastian as a name. I don't remember who he is, so we'll see who he is by dueling with him.
Then let's get to it.
Ready to get thrashed?
No.
Apologies in advance.
Oh, it's 3-on-2. Okay. Ah, good. More... Oh, I see. Okay, so I didn't know this before because the game hadn't explained it before. Also, well, in the first place, I don't like these kinds of screens. Ideally, you give people the information they require within the game. You don't break them out of the game to tell them things their character couldn't have found out any other way. I think the term is diegetic. If it's diegetic, it's in-universe. If it's non-diegetic, it's out-universe. So yeah, it might have been useful to learn, given you're in a school. Surely the plot could have found a way of telling you how summoning charms work in combat, I don't know, in a lesson, maybe? But, this is what we have to make do with. No, I used the wrong spell. Okay. I don't think you can control your ally either, which is annoying, because ideally you take one person out. Oh, fuck. No, wrong button. Ow. No, wrong button. Ah! I'm being beaten up. Bullies. Wrong target. Also wrong target. No. I will remember my hotkeys at some point. Wrong one. Oh, God. So targeting is a slight issue here. Because if they're bunched together and their shields overlap, you cast the spell that takes out one type of shield. Oh, wrong button. Oh, I think I died. Oh dear. Talking, playing at the same time. Apparently not a good idea.
Oof. Glad I didn't bet on you that round.
Yes, anyway, as I was saying, when their shields overlap, you target one and your spell hits the other. It's a little bit kind of clunky. Right, yes, I'm not going to accept defeat, and that was pathetic. Let's do it again. Yes, I remember this. He says. Like that, for example. My spell to get rid of purple guy hit spell that hit yellow woman. Ow. Oh, God damn it. The combat looks impressive enough. No, see, no, that's not who I'm aiming at. Again, wrong button. Remembering your buttons is apparently very important as well. Oh, God. What is the heal button? Oh, it's that one. Yeah. Wrong button again. No, that's the one. Oh, God. Ow. No. No. double teaming him, so I think he's dead. Yay.
What's a duel?
Hooray, I won. I can now progress with the quest.
I gave it my all.
Yeah, so
Did indeed.
dueling, like, I think it looks better than it feels to play. It looks. I quite like the one movements. They telegraph the moves without doing it, I think, over much. Aiming is not good.
I'll let you know when we're ready.
On controller, certainly on PS controller, it's not very fun. You are mashing your R2 button, which is just not very pleasant. But yeah, it looks better than it feels, I think, is my answer to that one. However, we have now unlocked the ability to burn people alive, so I suppose we should go and do that. No. Complete a round of spell combination, bro. For God's sake, we haven't done that yet.
Hello, Lucan. May I use the training dummy?
Of course. I'll fetch it and give you a list of combinations to practice. Ready to have a try now?
That would be wonderful.
Be sure to cast all your spells before the dummy lands. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Wait, what? No. Okay, I now have to learn to do everything I just learned to do in the last 2 duels. But I guess, unless... Mind you, having said that, I did keep forgetting what my button combinations were, so I suppose I shouldn't be complaining that the game is hand-holding me after the point at which it could have been hand-holding me. What's that one? Oh, juggling, I see. This is bringing back Smash Brothers.
Nicely done.
I remember juggling.
I'd say that's enough practice. You looked good out there.
Thank you, Lucan.
I say better to discover one's weaknesses during practice than during a duel. You'll be a fearsome challenger now.
Well, now I know I can spam people while they're in the air. Yes.
Assignment's all finished.
Updated quest. Right, where are we going? Now I can learn how to set people on fire. Yay. Okay, I don't think I'd spotted that before. Will it do it again? If you look, you can actually see a little buffering loading symbol. Oh, that didn't work that time. If you go through a door for the first time quickly, it actually pauses and loads, and you can see a loading symbol. It didn't work when I tried it. I think it's when you're going to, like, big new areas as opposed to, like, corridors. But yeah, there's a few things like that in this game which are just not polished. And I don't know if you can expect a fix for those in subsequent patches. I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a hefty patch before the general release window, though. I mean, there's nothing, like, obviously terribly broken. It's just, like, rough edges, really. But given how big the game is, and expansive, and how much, like, mechanically is going on, you would, I suppose, expect that. Or maybe I'm being too kind.
I trust Mr. Brattleby was able to accommodate you, and that...
I finished all of the tasks you gave me, Professor Hackett.
Glad to hear it. Then you should be ready to learn Incendio.
Should be, Professor.
Yes. I'm sorry to say, I visited enough careless colleagues at St. Mungo's to assure you that fire is a fickle servant. Your spellcasting has impressed me thus far, but please maintain focus.
There? Wonder if you can get a broom and just fly everywhere. I think you can at some point. You do get a broom. You also can fly magical creatures, I think. So you get like a hippogriff as your basic starting one, and you can unlock other things as well.
Concentrate and keep your wand steady.
Okay. Now this, I think, is another reason why it might have been wise for me to buy this on PC as opposed to on PlayStation, because...
Good work.
Yeah. Yes, okay. What? You to use the spell, blah, blah, blah. Hover over Insignia, blah. So does that mean I can't, but I can theoretically need all of these things, as we've just established. Apart from maybe Reparo, so I guess we change that. I thought you could... I thought you would have a means of switching between, like, set spell menus in this game. You can only equip 4 at a time. That can't be right. It would seem to be right. Well, I hope there's a way of unlocking a different mechanic. So if there are supposed to be something like 70 spells in this game, and you can only use maximum of 4 on console anyway, you can only have 4 assigned as like quick action. That seems very clunky. Yeah. Well, we'll see as we progress, I suppose. Yeah, Ant Metal suggests much faster with mouse and keyboard. I get that impression distinctly. So I might have to plug in mouse and keyboard at some point. Probably not on this stream, but maybe a subsequent one I will do that instead.
Incendio.
Did I just... Targeting, guys. Targeting, not great on this game. Clearly aiming at that. Hit a bench. Okay, let's try that again.
You're getting it. Keep at it. And do try not to incinerate yourself.
Oh, it also has a cooldown. Appropriately, because it's fire. Right. Do try not to incinerate yourself, is good advice. I also like any classroom that has to have that as an instruction. Do you give me something? I really am just waiting for it to transmogrify back into a really perverted teacher, but apparently not today. Right, now we can go back to the room that we had to walk to find out that we weren't supposed to be in that room yet.
Ah, there you are.
Yes, as Coyote one says, they basically handed a teenager a flamethrower and said, be careful not to incinerate yourself. That's, yeah, that's education. Back in the good old days of the 1800s when they trusted children just to learn things for themselves, the fact you could accidentally burn the school down as well, yeah, it's an occupational hazard.
I don't wish to postpone our visit to the library any longer. So, shall we proceed?
Fig, I have work for you. Come.
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student. I would think that after all the trouble you caused me with Osric, you'd be eager to make amends. My office, 5 minutes.
That man is exasperating. Unfortunately, our trip to the restricted section will have to wait a bit longer.
But Professor...
We have no choice. It would be unwise to provoke our illustrious headmaster further. I shall find you when I've completed whatever toils I must endure.
Wait a minute, so have I came to this room to be told I couldn't do the quest. So I went to do the quest that got me access to the quest. I did the quest that got me access to the quest, and I've now been told that I can't do the quest yet because my teacher has to go and do a quest. Okay then. Rightio. Off we go.
Sebastian mentioned sneaking into the restricted section.
Oh yes.
Perhaps
no, to be fair, that does repair the criticism I was about to have, which is that we have already been introduced to a character who would happily break into that section. So, it's a way of giving us a little bit more information about a different character, in which case I retract that, I retract half of that criticism, not the entire thing. It's still quite a clunky way of getting here, though.
Sebastian, there you are. I was hoping to see you. I was in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack and saw what happened with Rookwood and Harlow.
Not many students have Victor Rookwood's attention. What was that all about?
Seems he's working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts.
Ranrock? And when were you at Gringotts?
Professor Fig and I ended up there after the dragon attack. It's quite the tale. Fig had this port key.
A port key? To Gringotts? I'm not sure I follow.
I wouldn't blame you for not following, my friend. It's
Anyway,
yeah, it was quite a clunky back and forth
That map leads to the restricted section. You can't be serious. Deadly serious. Professor Fig has insisted that I not tell a soul about any of this. I've probably said too much.
Understood. Your secret's safe with me. Whatever it is.
Oh, the voice acting. Oh, no.
You mentioned being clever enough not to get caught in the
It doesn't help that the
section.
facial expressions are also incredibly
Meet me outside the library tonight.
bland and
tell
formulaic.
no one.
Like, no one expresses anything in this game.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll meet you later.
But he is right. I mean, we started in London. We happily just randomly found a port key. We went to Scotland. We used the port key. We went back to London to a bank to find a thing, which led us back to Scotland, back to Hogwarts, to lead us to a professor who couldn't give us a quest. So we found a student with whom even to go on that quest to the restricted section of the library.
there?
I know J.K. Rowling gets a lot of
That's
like
the door
criticism
we
for
need to
her basic faults as a writer, and some of that's deserved,
And
but
those
at least
annoying
she understands
prefects would
plot a
love nothing
bit
more
better
than
than
to
the
rattle
writers of
us
this
to
game seem
Scribner.
to.
So don't let them see us. Understood?
I can be sneaky. Let's go.
Hold on now. There's a spell you should know. The Disillusionment Charm. Good for getting places you're not supposed to be. Cast it and you'll appear as little more than a trick of the light. Just as long as you keep your distance and stay quiet.
And now we have like soft magic problems. You can just
Something like that.
Harry needed
It's
an
not
invisibility
foolproof
cloak,
as a
which at
cloak.
least sort of
Those are
tied the
expensive.
magic to something
And
physical
spells-
in universe and
spells
gave
are
it
free.
limits.
Give it a try.
But this game gives you the ability just to turn invisible at whim, in which case why couldn't he have accomplished everything without learning, by learning this spell instead? And if any student can learn this spell and get past any teacher or guard, why are there any restricted sections in this castle? How has it not already become like Lord of the Flies? Goodo, I can become invisible. Who needs the cloak? That's like 3 chapters of a book we could have done without. Do I now have to equip that? Or is that... did I miss that? Well, that's not what I wanted. Oh. I do, don't I? I actually have to go to a menu to equip this. Or did I miss something? Accio. Is it one of these? Ancient magic, fine. No, those are all non-optional. That one. Disillusionment. I do. I actually have to... Ah, that's clunky as hell. What am I not going to need in combat? Lumos.
I'll be quieter than a juggernaut.
Wait, what? But I was invisible. You bespectacled nerd. How does... I get the sense that this game had a number of ideas that it got from other games and has just imperfectly implemented them. So, right, let's try that again.
We must remain unseen.
I get that, thank you. I don't understand this process at all. They can semi-see me, I think, is how this is working. Honestly, I want, like, the Metal Gear alarm signal to come up when they see you. That would make this much more enjoyable. What was that noise?
Blast. The librarian's still here.
Oh no, not
Quick,
the
behind
librarian.
bookcase.
You told me the librarian would be gone by now.
I said usually, but it'll still be all right. Do you see her desk behind me? The key is in the drawer of that desk. Now,
I'm sure
here's
she
what we're going
can't
to do.
hear you speaking
I'll create
in a
distraction
dead
to draw
silent
her away.
library, and there you are
focus on
speaking in a
getting the
normal
key.
voice.
I'll meet you outside of the restricted section.
Hey, we're gonna go sneak past that librarian over there.
You distract, I get the key. Understood.
I said I'd get you in, and I always keep my word. Trust me.
So he's distracting her, right? Well, that worked well.
Is that you, Peeves?
No. God. I like when the mechanics for stealth just rely purely on how jaggedy their own movement pattern is.
That wasn't so difficult after all. How to find that book.
What we need now is like Psycho Mantis to intervene. Okay, thanks.
Ghost, don't let her see you.
Wait, where? Why is the picture telling me to be quiet? Uh-oh. Is it is it Ghostbusters with the ghost librarian? And you have to try and... Yeah, it is Ghostbusters.
Should be in the clear now. No need for us to be skulking about.
So what is it you've been looking for?
I'm looking for a cure to help my twin sister, Anne, so that she can return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone else has given up.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No! We've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what, precisely?
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic.
Revelio.
Wait, I thought there was... So she's just there? Okay. And there I was, thinking there was a ghost behind the wall who might actually have some impact on my mechanical quest through this district. Apparently not.
Revelio.
No, I remember.
Leviosa.
Who have we here? Sebastian Solo and his new little friend. Out exploring where they shouldn't be. Naughty, naughty. You'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't
I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell.
It's surprising, given how annoying that guy is, that nobody tried to kill him in the 200 years between this game and the main books. Until J.K. Rowling thought he existed, and then it was fine.
Wait, I don't want you getting into trouble for me.
I have a way with the faculty when it comes to disciplinary matters. Besides, I like having friends who are in my debt. Now
well,
go.
that's not
Good luck
creepy
in
at
your
all.
search. Now, where's that damned poltergeist got to?
I know just the spell to repair this armor.
I do know just the spell to repair it. Unfortunately, I had to unequip it in order to equip all the other spells I was told were bloody essential. Which one was repair? That one. What do we not need? Hypothetically, at this point, it's that one.
Repair. Revelio.
I do love it when my camera gets so close up my ass that it might as well be in my ass. That's great.
Of course, traces of ancient magic.
Of course, yes. The floating sperm cells are guiding me to the place that I otherwise would have had to discover for myself.
That's it.
Oh, here we go again. Hold up, before we go into some magical alternate dimension, this requires a refill. Right, I am now well equipped with Polyjuice Potion. Off we go. I'm sure nothing can go wrong. The map still tells me that there's like a stealth window, I think. That's why it's got red boundaries. So I'm assuming I can't unequip my stealth skill yet. Ah, no, I see. It's the chest with the eye on it. Which I can now, I think, steal from because I am quasi-invisible. Yes. Stealing makes everything better.
Where might this lead?
Well, because the map is now not telling me there is a red stealth zone, I think... Oh, shit. I think I can unequip. Well, if I have to be stealthed, I'm now screwed. I think I can now unequip that, right? And I can instead equip something that helps me kill people. Should really make this consistent. No, I don't want both of those to be the same. There we go.
Revelio.
Now, is this an Indiana Jones moment where it turns out this... Oh, no, it's not. It's just a thing I presumably have to shoot. That's a shame. I was hoping for a Bridge of Faith reference. From... I'm going to mispronounce it because I can't see the last letter of your name thanks to the balloon, but Druv Sampa something or other. Little Platoon wanted to say your videos are great, you are extremely witty, thank you very much, and have a great way with words. Yeah, I hope so, even if I'm live and half cut. Wanted to ask about the modernization aspect of various IPs, how will it shake out? I think it depends what you mean by the modernization aspect of various IPs. If it's updating for modern audiences, as the drinker would put it... Oh, I have to kill people. Fantastic. If it's updating for modern audiences, that is only ever going to be pretty insufferable, I think. There are ways of updating source material to make it, like, reset it. I mean, Romeo and Juliet did that with the Leo DiCaprio version, when they set it... In the modern day, I wasn't a huge fan of it in its own right, but that's a way of maintaining kind of like fidelity to source material without trying to claim that you must lose something necessary about the past in order to tell the story for a modern audience. Basically, what you need to do is trust in the worth of your story. If your story is set in the past, portray it as such. If you want to try and put it in a modern setting, do that because there's a new thing to do with that modern setting. Don't do it because you feel the need to excise various woke bogeymen from the script that you're trying to adapt. Mary Runnell wrote a really good historical fiction trilogy on Alexander the Great, which I recommend to anyone. It's a really, really beautifully written trilogy, and doesn't shy away from the standards of society that the ancient Greeks lived by, but also doesn't sort of portray it as ugly in its own context. We can look at it and say, that's very much not what we now consider to be, for example, the age of consent. But if you're trying to accurately depict ancient Greek society, where there was no such hang-up, as long as you're doing it with due care and attention and not just sort of pornographically, then you can do good work with that. That's basically the premise for historical fiction. So as long... Oh, what the fuck? Okay. So as long as you're being faithful to source material, you have a point to make, and you're not just pandering to what received opinion tells you is the right thing you must be doing, then go for it. Update it. But if you... There we go. But if if all you're doing is updating to satisfy some modern political urge, then don't. Ken L, how much would it take to go back to the old non-VTuber style? At the moment, I would rather like play around with the new thing. I mean, I've given it a beta test, like one trial. I've already had it completely redesigned based on feedback. So I would rather see if I can make it work first. If it doesn't work, eventually, like, people will say that, and I will listen and I will revert. But I think there's a lot of potential in it, and I'd like to try and at least use that potential. Shit. I'd like to at least try and use that potential before I give up on it entirely. But it's not a case of monetary, it's just a case of, can I expand and evolve, or is it that I hit something good first and should stay? I'm assuming these people are going to try and kill me? Yep. Do I have, like, unlimited ancient magic power? That seems kind of OP if I do. Oh shit. I'm assuming I do actually have to kill all of these people. Oh dear. Oh, I actually have to brew health potions. I should have probably done that. I think I'm going to die. No. Maybe I'm not going to die. Hooray. Well, not yet. I will die eventually.
It is a book after all.
Yeah, I've been reminded to equip some of the stuff I'm picking up. I'll get around to that. Like the next break in combat. So Spins, just be a gamer and don't die. Okay, I can give that a go. health regens in this game? Oh. Should have paid attention to what I was doing. That's, I was assuming it was just going to be a really, like, yeah, I've been playing Elden Ring too much, I think. There's no meaningful health regen that I was aware of. I forgot what it was like to play an easy game.
You wanted to see me? Headmistress Fitzgerald, Professor Rackham.
Miss Isadora Morganach, welcome.
He has a nice
Professor
voice.
Rookwood.
He's the only
Professor
person in the game, I think, so
We
far who
understand
has
that
a
you
voice
are
that's
just
vaguely
well to
distinctive.
life at Hogwarts.
I am.
I am glad. Especially
am
in light of
glad.
your unusual
God.
situation, starting as a 5th year.
As it happens, I was also admitted to Hogwarts as a 5th year. I've never heard of another like us.
Miss Morganach, when we spoke yesterday after class, you asked about the beautiful swirls you saw years ago when we visited your hamlet.
I recognized you all immediately. I cannot thank you enough for what you did.
We were glad to help.
And yes, I did see swirls of magic everywhere that day. My father insists it was my imagination running wild, but it was certainly real to me.
It was not your imagination.
Percival, Professor Rackham can see them too. But we've never known of another who could.
I don't understand. What are they?
The whispers or traces that appear when a particular form of ancient magic is wielded.
Ancient magic?
Few are capable of wielding it. Hogwarts itself is a stronghold of ancient magic.
So if I can see traces of ancient magic, does that mean I can
I'm trying
wield
to
it
remember if
too?
that's true.
With
In the book,
the
I thought
proper
it was all
training.
enchanted by the teachers who
Let us
worked there
not
at the
get ahead
time.
of ourselves, Miss Morganach.
Before I can train you to wield such magic, you must first master all that Hogwarts has to offer.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands. It must be wielded by a select few. As such, we ask that you not speak to anyone about what we have discussed here today.
Well, she's a student, so she's going to be very left-wing and she'll want to democratize the ancient magic, I'm sure.
Sebastian.
Sneaking in the restricted section again! I had thought we were through with this mischief. Clearly detentions are insufficient. I'm afraid I must take this to the headmaster.
But that being said, Peeves informs me that you didn't come alone tonight. If someone has coerced you, I would have you tell me. You're a bright boy. Don't waste this.
There was nobody else. I came alone.
Ah, he's a nice person. Why is he in Slytherin?
Sebastian, what will your uncle say?
Well, I'm pretty sure my Donald Trump haircut would have been visible to them from about 50 meters away. Why is the Joker floating around the library? Good question. But he got stitches without snitching, so maybe he should have snitched. So I think I need to actually, do level stuff. Although, are these are just appearance, aren't they? So these are not going to actually help me in any conceivable way. In gear, even. What have I picked up? Okay, but the thing is, I don't want the Eye of Sauron and green on my eyes. Can I change these to make it look like they just don't appear? Aha, I can. Good. For some reason I now look derpy, but that's fine. Is this better than my current thing? Offense 9, offense... Yes, it's more offensive. We'll go with that. It also looks really... Like, brown is not a good color. No. Okay, fine. And that... Well, that is actually worse than that one. That's good, I think. And that one's shit, so we won't use that. Okay, fine. Doodaloo, have I equipped... Oh, wand handles. I have new... I can change my wand. I can wrap it in something that's new. I have an unconventional twisted wand. Okay, fine. Or I have a marvelous twisting wand, which has a thing on the end. Or I have a sharp pale brown wand. I think I have a marvelous twisting wand, actually. We'll go with that. And I think that's everything I've equipped and gained access to. So, it is now, I think, the case of collections. That's just information that I don't want. Enemies. There's lots of lore stuff that they include. Although, yeah, it's not exactly the most extensive backstory for your villains, but oh well. I think now we need to go... Question mark. That's helpful. Oh, is it nighttime? Do we have to go back to the dorm? Is that what we do? Return to the classroom. That's what we need to do.
Revelio.
Have I gone the wrong way? I have, yes. Great. Even minimap guides cannot correct for my terrible sense of direction. If you use your wand too much, does it bend? Well, mine wouldn't, because I got an unyielding one, but I imagine less well-endowed people in terms of wandage would probably have that problem. You go into a duel and you find that your wand just bends from overuse. Really tragic stuff. Please don't tell me that I can't be here now. Good, it won't. It's... What? Did I just sleep on the floor, or did I just stand here for 6 hours? It's now daytime. Okay. Off we go. I mean, couldn't they have sent me back to my dorm room to sleep?
Cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig. You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
If you could walk past me,
Sir,
good luck.
I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black. It was a book we were after.
Do I have to talk to you again? What? Oh, god damn it. Either make it a cutscene or don't.
Wait, you accessed the restricted section? But how? Thinking on it, perhaps it's best you spare me the details.
Fair enough. In fact, the book was below the restricted section as it appeared on the map.
I want to hear everything. First, let's have a look. Oh dear. Some of these pages seem to be missing.
Oh shit, a collectibles quest
someone
again.
has got to the book before us. Still, I will need time to study what remains. Perhaps we can still salvage something useful, though it may take some time. I wonder why it was here, below Hogwarts.
I think I know, sir. I saw 2 more memories where I found the book.
Another pensive. Godric's heart.
The man we saw before, Percival Rackham, was a professor here. The first memory showed him and 3 other professors using ancient magic to restore a hamlet from a drought.
Miriam was right. And the second memory?
They were talking to a student who started as a 5th year, like I did. She could see traces of magic too.
Why those memories? Perhaps this book will explain. Now I'll have to take it with me to London. The headmaster has insisted that I speak directly to the minister about George's death.
Yeah, as Tom Peterson in chat said, just Accio pages. Problem with the soft magic system is that, well, that would be inconvenient to the plot they're trying to tell, so we can't do that. But if it ever became convenient, we could.
I understand. I'll see what I can learn about the missing pages while you're gone.
And yes, why is the restricted section of the library also restricted to professors? I thought that was not the point of the restricted section,
attention in
the books at
herbology
least.
and potions. There's more to magic than spellcasting.
Plenty to keep me occupied while you're gone.
You've done exceptionally well. I look forward to seeing all that you've accomplished when I return.
As to the significance
and
of
don't neglect your friends. You may be surprised by how much you can learn from them as well.
I'm sure my friends can teach me a lot about my wand, but I have learning to do. Yeah, as for starting, the significance of starting in the 5th year, I mean, I think that this is going to be a mechanic invented for the game by the game, and it's going to be something I would guess to do with, stealing. Something I would guess to do with, like, age, or, like, Philip Pullman in his Dark Materials ties a lot of, like, magical ability, or ability generally to, like,
Revelio.
Puberty, for example. You can read the alethiometer until you become above a certain age and you lose that ability, which fits into the sort of the broader point he's trying to make and is not therefore creepy. But okay. I mean, could you not have given me an owl to show me this? Anyway, I think, yeah, it must be an age thing, right? The only significance of starting in 5th year can't be that you start in 5th year. It must be that the age you are at when you reach 5th year is in some way significant. I don't know. Ooh, there's more. Okay, the map is bigger than I was expecting. Yeah. I'm not walking to any of these places. I like also that it tells you that the top left tells you the world is covered in fog, which you can clearly see by the fact that the world is covered in fog. Okay. Okay, I need to learn how to fly.
Professor Fig and Weasley have asked that I teach you an additional defensive spell.
Where did you come from?
Assignments I have given you, and then proceed to see me in my classroom.
Stairs. Right, which one am I going to first? Some alleged friend wanted to see me. And I also need to go to herbology. Herbology sounds really tedious, but it is closer than this one. So we are doing herbology first. Herbology on half a bottle of Johnny Walker. Is there, hang on, is there a fast travel thing? Almost. Yeah, I think she did just leave us a voicemail. That's what I was talking about. Like, why would the game have to tell me I've received an owl if in the very next thing it introduces a mechanic which gives you a message as though you've already received it via owl, but not from the person the game just told you had sent it via an owl? Like, is it really difficult to have floating from above your eyeline an owl which drops a message to you, or using consistently that message mechanic we had from the professor? I don't really know why you would do like both of those, one after the other. But again, I'm conscious I'm being like hypercritical. That's not like a terrible issue. It's just slightly perplexing as to why they've chosen to do that, I guess. Anyway, we're going to go and learn how to grow cannabis, and
You're growing Punja's onion again.
that looks like a cannabis plant of sorts. Begin the quest. Yeah, Semantic Dragon points out it's several more animations. That's probably the reason why.
Morning,
It's
Professor
cost.
How wonderful it is to see you again, Lenora dear. Oh, here, you'll need these for today's
Her name
class.
is Professor Garlic.
A little treat for your auntie.
Oh, hello. Class, please welcome the newest rose in our garden.
See, I took the piss
We
out
do
of
look forward to
the
growing
people pointing
together.
out J.K. Rowling's naming conventions earlier, but
How
there's a professor
thrilling
called
it is to
Professor
have
Garlic.
everyone back together
So,
again.
to be honest, anything could go at this
year will
point.
be filled with enchantment and excitement,
But the most important thing cultivated in herbology
Looking forward to
is
meeting
knowledge.
Professor Representation.
the prudent herbologist is no more afraid of the venomous tentacular than the bouncing bowl. Now then, today we will be acquainting ourselves with the mellifluous tuber known
Zagros,
as the
Ozcan,
mandrake
woke score so far? I would say pretty low. It's got a trans person in it.
Let's see if
So,
we can't make our fibrous friends a bit more comfortable.
but
shall we?
that's basically it. I mean, it's quite a diverse cast, but there are in-universe reasons for it. Really, the only in-universe reason I can't find is for the trans person. Like, you can select your character from the beginning, and you live in a world of magic spells that can change everything about you, potentially in perpetuity. So what would be the point? Just like, what is the point in a QuickTime event for putting a fucking mandrake out? Anyway, I'm not really sure what the in-universe justification for trans people even existing is, given that you can change so much about yourself with magic. Anyway, besides that, woke score's low. It's not a problem. I'd say 2 at most. Oh, sorry, I missed a very important QuickTime event by looking at chat. That could have been a cutscene. That's not a mechanic that we're going to use again.
The soil should envelop the root like a warm, dirty blanket, putting the mandrake right at ease. Reparo! I'm very sorry about that. Yours was a bit mature, I'm afraid. All right then, off you go. Splendid work, everyone. Now, for our next task, we'll be planting dittany at our potting tables.
Oh, do I have to?
You can all get started. I need to have a brief word with our new student.
You have a thing above you. What do you
The
want?
best time to plant a seed is
Ah.
last season. The second best time is now.
The second best time is now.
I love that.
I'm not even going to speak to them. That their voices are,
Yes,
are
Professor.
terrifying.
Firstly, well done with your mandrake. They can be rather difficult to get a grasp of.
I'll say, nearly went deaf.
Well, yes. Of course, the cry of a mature mandragora can be fatal, so remember to keep those ears protected. Now, as I mentioned, next we'll be planting dittany. Let us find you some seeds.
I already have some, Professor. Picked them up in Hogsmeade.
You visited the Magic Neep. Wonderful. A prepared student is bound to bloom. I've arranged for you to have your own potting table here in the classroom. Wasn't easy to spare one on such late notice. Plant the seeds there now, and you can return to harvest them later, even with soil, sunlight, and a bit
Yeah,
of
I
magic.
know. I've
They will take
played
time to
Fire
grow.
Emblem Three Houses. I know how planting seeds for
See
buffs
how
works.
to balance my star thistle arrangement. If
Would you
there's
like to
fancy
enchant
or
this
roses.
seed with gold?
Ditton's
Yes.
restorative properties make it a vital ingredient in the Wiggenweld potion, as you all should know from Professor Sharp's
That's
class.
health. I need health. Health is good. Would you like to advance this timer with gold? No. Go away.
Well done! Once it can be harvested, your Dittany will be ready to use in Wiggenweld potion. I'll let Professor Sharp tell you about that.
Can I
Now,
buy potion
what say
rather
we
than crafting it
branch
is my
out?
question, because
Introduce you
as
to
I've said
a
already,
different sort
crafting
of
bores
flora,
me to death.
the Chinese chomping cabbage.
Yeah, that sounds like some
That
lethal
some
weed.
plants are better suited to uses outside of a cauldron. The cabbages do get testy without something to chew. Fortunately, I have a dummy for them to gnaw on. Here, dear, and let them have a good chomping.
Yes, Professor.
They're in the other greenhouse. It's just at the end of the footbridge leading out of this room. Your classmate, Mr. Pruitt, has kindly offered to accompany you. Come back and see me when you're finished. Oh, and mind your fingers. They do bite.
Okay.
Hello. Saw you on your way to Hogsmeade the
Yeah,
other day.
fuck off. I don't care.
Nice to meet you.
It's
Nice
not.
work
I
in
don't know who
defense
you are.
against
You're
the
not
dark
an
arts, by the way.
individual. Just leave me alone.
Excuse me?
Your duel with Sebastian.
How are you still
he's
talking
good.
to me? You're there.
Thinks he's
You're
really
following
good.
me.
But you outright slaughtered him. It was
No, you're
brilliant.
not. Yes, you are.
Oh. Well, thank you.
I'm being
I nearly
stalked
put
by a
Sebastian in
ginger.
his place myself. I mean, I would have, if Hecate hadn't stopped me.
Didn't she stop that dragon
Are
skull
you,
from
are you
crushing
still?
you?
Oh, fuck, you're still there. Run!
Typical slip. Here we are, home of the Chinese chomping. Go on, grab a few of those cabbages. Now, see that dummy? Just toss the cabbages at it, and they'll do the rest.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? I have magic. So why am I throwing cabbage at something? Do I have to equip the cabbage? Where is the cabbage? How do I equip cabbage?
Revelio.
It's not that one. Oh, I see. L1. Oh. I'm still not sure why. I just equipped the damn cabbage. God damn it. X. Have I done it? L. Cabbage. I see. L.
Look at that.
Okay.
Mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out. Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her honking daffodils in tatters.
Okay.
Vicious little bastards, aren't they? My kind of plants. Not like stupid booba tubers and bouncing bulbs.
I have a
The kind of
feeling this
plants
chap is
have your
gay.
back in a fight.
He sounds.
Not
He just
saying you can't go
sounds
it alone,
a bit gay.
Well, imagine
But
that wasn't a dummy.
I don't see
I
the
suppose
use.
they could prove useful
Oh
outside
no!
the greenhouse.
I have magical
Nothing wrong with a
spells
bit
that
of
can do
backup,
virtually anything.
even if it is
Why
from
am I
cabbage.
carrying
It's
around
chaos out
cabbage
there.
in my pocket
Trolls
that
in
bites
Hogsmeade and
people's
such.
wands?
You can't be above throwing a cruciferous vegetable if necessary. Dogweed and deathcap has more of them, if you're keen. Other plants too. Ones your parents wouldn't plant in the garden. You get the idea. Anyway, we probably ought to head back to class.
We do. Can I equip
Take
my
your time.
fire spell
I'll
and
see you back in
just
class.
burn this place? How does this
Incendio.
work? Yes, die, plants. Eat that, Greta. Off we go. Yeah. I'm just. I can see from a game maker's perspective, it offers like an avatar, like substitute figure thing that just varies combat up. But again, if you have magic, why do you need to throw fucking cabbages at people?
I hope they weren't too much trouble. Oh, don't see any bite marks or missing digits. And good, as you do seem to be quite green-fingered. Oh, I'm eager to see your skill in the soil continue to blossom.
Yeah, I don't care about plants.
Thank you, Professor, but looking after plants isn't all that thrilling to me.
I think you'll come to see that the fruit is well worth the labor.
Stop
As we
doing
herbologists
sex
like
puns.
to
I
say,
don't want to go into your
Tend
herb
to
garden.
your plants and they'll tend to you. Huh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Do come by for a chat sometime. I so enjoy checking in with my new students.
Right.
Hope those mandrakes are really relishing their new pots.
Scary voice. Scary voice. Oh, those mandrakes are really relishing their new plants.
We must first understand it. That goes for plants as well as...
Oh, no. So she's a long way away. We've established that. Potions is, I think, quite close. Also that. Let's go for that. Or more dueling. No, we're going to go for potions. We haven't done that yet.
Kindness and concern are as necessary in the greenhouse as in the Great Hall.
Get out of the
How nice to see you, my
fucking
young
way.
Wish I could have studied more.
There's a headmistress called Spore. I bet she was a herbology teacher first. Because apparently that is, in fact, the naming convention. What does this professor do? Well, their name is basically their job, so that's all good.
Regarding the school after the incident in Hogsmeade.
Professor Black would never allow that.
This is
Completely
this is another problem. Like the first time I played this as well, this happened. You will be wandering around, and if you're going really quickly, it tends to be kind of empty. Then you will walk through a door or a place which loads, and everyone will start speaking at exactly the same time because they've all been queued in by your progress at the same time. Which, again, it's not a huge issue. It's just there. It's present. You will notice it. It happens more than once. It takes a little bit of time for the assets to load, and then they all load at the same time with no staggering, which is not, again, really what you want.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school. As 5th years, you will be required to reach new heights of both discipline and intellect. You will begin this term by brewing a Wigan-Weld potion. Mr. Takar, can you tell us why this particular potion might come in handy?
Yes, Professor Sharp. The Wigan-Weld potion can be used to sterilize and even heal a variety of injuries.
It can heal some injuries, but not all.
Papa Palpatine asks if there's any interest in reviewing the rest of
Before
Velma.
today's class is completed,
Possibly.
each of you
I have
will
Avatar
brew
to get out of the way
Wigan-Weld
first.
potion
Once
of
Avatar
your own.
is done, I will have
You never
basically
know
a
when
free
you
reign, so I might go
need
back and do a roundup for Velma.
Please begin.
I haven't seen episodes like 6 through 10 though, so it depends. If there's enough worth saying, I'll go back to it and review it. If it's not, then nah.
Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients.
Oh good, another QuickTime event.
Please be
Hooray.
meticulous when adding powder to your potions. One errant sneeze could be disastrous.
That was the same bottle. Yep, I'm with Asepsis aficionado F. Alan Rickman, definitely.
see most of
It's
you
hard
have
to see a
forgotten how to
potions master
stir.
in Hogwarts who isn't Snape and isn't Alan Rickman. He's just not the same.
Not an easy potion to brew. Well done. And from what I hear of your recent exploits in Hogsmeade, you'd also do well to practice brewing the defensive Edurus potion. Professor Weasley had you acquire the recipe from J. Pippins, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. For the moment, you can find the ingredients you need in my office. But in the future, you'll be expected to provide your own ingredients. Some can be harvested from the plants you
Or I
grow
can
in
just
your
turn
herbology
invisible and
class.
use my unlock
Rarer
spell
ones
to
can
go
be
into your
purchased.
office whenever I need ingredients,
Others,
because
however,
that's how
may be
magic
harder to
works.
obtain and will require you to be a bit more resourceful. Come and see me when you've finished brewing, and we'll see if it was skill or luck the first time round.
My parents considered keeping me home from school this year after the rumor.
Did I hear
Oh
Professor
my-
Sharp
what?
say
What?
that you have permission
Okay.
to go into his office?
He did say that. He wants me to get more ingredients to brew another potion.
Brilliant! You, my friend, have been presented with an extraordinary opportunity. I'm Gareth, by the way. Gareth Weasley. Bit of a prodigy with potions, if
It's
I do say so
another
myself.
Weasley.
Pleasure to
Remember the
meet
Weasleys?
Wait, are you related to Professor Weasley?
She's my aunt. Keeps too close an eye on me for comfort. Ugh. But she can't be everywhere. Listen, anyone with a troll-sized brain can brew an Adurus potion. I'm working on something that's certain to be spectacular. I'm just missing one tiny last ingredient that will add that extra spark.
I suspect that's where I come in.
You're as clever as I'd hoped. I simply need a single Fwooper feather. As you'll already be in Sharp's office with his permission, perhaps you could grab it for me.
I'll get you the
Yes,
Fwooper feather.
I will
as long
break
as you're
the
certain Sharp
rules.
won't miss it.
I assure you he won't. Fwooper feathers aren't that valuable. Wait until you see what I'm brewing. Hurry back to me when you have the feather.
Remember,
Revelio.
precision is key.
Okay.
Levioso.
Is that just weird lighting, or is that a thing I can do something with?
Accio.
Well, apparently not.
Revelio.
Your potion station's organized and free of clutter.
Here's the Fwooper feather you wanted.
Brilliant! Thank you! This is going to take a moment to brew. You should get back to brewing your Adurus potion, and I'll tell you when this concoction's finished.
More
Proficiency in potions are two
fucking
things that cannot
crafting.
be rushed.
Okay. What am I brewing?
And be
A Adurus potion. Okay. I also never ever use any of these kind of buffs when I'm gaming. It's just another added complication which distracts me from the thing I want to be doing, which is playing the game. Dave Liam points out that Borgin and Burke were alive in Harry Potter. They shouldn't have a shop yet. Well, is it like Ollivanders though? Was there a Borgin and Burke's shop owned by the ancestors of Borgin and Burke's? I think that's how that's how this game seems to work. If you remember the name, it will pop up in this game, but it will be an ancestor of the person doing exactly the same job in exactly the same place as you remember them from the books. That would be my guess. But it could, otherwise it could be a continuity error, I'm not sure.
And that's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to. Ah!
Get it! Not again.
Dragon time! What happened?
He's brewed some fireworks, that's very clever.
Well done, Gareth.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor. Again. Mr. Weasley did not do this on his own. His accomplice will answer to me as well.
You must know who that is. There's only one person you gave permission to go into your study.
I'm surprised you had the time. You seemed rather busy
Yes,
helping
thank
Mr.
you.
Weasley brew chaos.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was merely trying to help a friend.
Taking responsibility for one's actions does go a long way with me. I shall assume that you've learnt a lesson. As for the work you did today at your own cauldron, I will say you've done well. I confess I was skeptical, given the advanced nature of this class and the fact you're a new student.
I'm glad I was able to meet your expectations.
A rare occurrence. And you do well to remember that you're not a potions master quite yet. In addition to having a solid grasp of how to combine
I think at
various
some point,
ingredients, you should
certainly if you were
gain an
writing this as a
understanding
film
of the
or in a
ingredients
book,
themselves.
but I think the
Pay
rule still applies for
particular
games.
attention in herbology.
At some point,
The
you're going to have to
plants you
stop
nurture there are often
going,
essential to
doing
the potions
stuff,
you brew
and
here.
having every
Now, I
single
recommend that you
independent
find a safe
professor
location in which
independently
to practice
say,
brewing.
you were
You
so
cannot
much
leave a
better
hot
than I
cauldron
expected.
simply
You're
anywhere.
so much more
That'll be
advanced than
all.
I expected. You are so much cleverer than your age than I was expecting.
I think each of us has had enough
surely
excitement for
there
one
must be
day.
a way of
Class is
having
dismissed.
you complete a quest, but your professor still put you down, or like you think you've completed the quest, you've technically done the mechanical aspect of completing the quest, but what you've done has resulted in some kind of tragedy, travesty, trauma, destruction, whatever. At the moment, yeah, you are kind of a Gary Sue. Like, everything you do is perfect and brilliant, and they all make sure to tell you how much cleverer than you are than they expected you to be. It's a little bit sort of shallow. It means that your main character, your protagonist, doesn't really have any depth to him. All we know about him is that he is a surprisingly clever and talented and powerful person who seems to gain the ear of everyone and have every power instantly at their command as soon as they're shown it for the first time. That's it's just not that like interesting a guy to play, I guess. Right, what I'll probably do is because we've been going for 4.5 hours, I will go to this place, then I will probably start to wrap up because it is coming on for 3 a.m. over here, but there's a little bit of life left in me yet. So we will go on a mission. We will do the mission.
My robes are going to reek from
And then we will see. But yeah, like your main character just doesn't really have anything about him. That's a problem. What do we really know about this kid other than that he is older than the average student and yet picks things up with ease, and professors all for some reason like him? Is there a way you could change that to give him the same access to power but without the same sort of familial relationship with professors? I would look to do that, I think, personally, just because it gives... What the hell was... Okay, glitchy graphics. Yeah, just because it would give you something more to latch onto, and something also to, like, try and beat. Like, is there a relationship you're trying to form with these professors? Or is your path with them basically set? Can you improve yourself in the eyes of the professors, or is it just the case that their relationship with you is preset, determined by whatever quest you happen to go on at any given time? That would be a little bit tedious, I think, but that's the impression I'm getting so far, but maybe someone who's played more of this than I have will be able to correct me. I'm pretty sure, by the way, I'm not supposed to be going over here until I've found wherever the hell I'm supposed to go to get my magical animal to ride on, but we'll see what happens. Actually, is the map going to tell me where I can go to get that, or not? I think not. No, not fucking Hogsmeade, go away. Yeah, did the student warp speed pass me on the stairs? I think so. I also think a ghost warp speeded past me as well. There are a few graphical glitches. Okay, fine. There would better be something for me to do on this long, winding road to this outpost, because otherwise...
Revelio.
Oh.
Levioso.
Nope. Yes. I don't know what that accomplished. Oh, I got some moonstone. I think that means I can evolve a Clefairy. Different game. I think yeah, this is like more collectibles. Okay then. I can't be bothered, no. We are advancing at roughly like 4 steps per step, so we are nearly there. It's not as far as I thought it was going to be. I think. It's still quite far. Oh, what's that? Can I shoot it? I think it's a Quidditch thing. We're going to come to that later. But yeah, apparently, yeah, you can get, like, beasts, griffins? That's the one. Brooms and stuff to fly around on. That will speed up these processes, I imagine, and make it look very pretty from the sky.
Seems a pleasant enough little place.
Doesn't it just? You.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Okay, fine.
Hello, Natty. How are you? I hope you've recovered from our rather eventful trip to Hogsmeade.
I am well, but I have been worried about you, my friend. With Ranrock and Rookwood and Harlow after you?
I'm all right at the moment.
We did not speak about it at the time, but I am hoping now you might tell
Yes,
me why they
Todd
were
is
looking
right.
for you.
There's a Chinese balloon over Hogwarts. Well spotted. I will take it down in about the same time it took Biden to, which means if I stream this again next week or next month,
They want
I might have got
Professor
around
Fig
to
and I
destroying
found
it.
at
We'll see.
Gringotts.
When were you at Gringotts?
Just before we came to Hogwarts. In fact, it's why I was late to the sorting ceremony. A portkey brought us there after the dragon attacked our carriage.
What on earth?
There's one more thing. It's a bit odd, if I'm honest. Professor Fig says I have a rare connection to a powerful form of ancient magic.
Is that the magic you used fighting the trolls in Hogsmeade?
I think so. I'm still learning, but I can see traces of it, and I've cast magic I can't otherwise explain. I know that's a lot to absorb.
It is. And I will have more questions. For now, it is safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us, to all of us. Which is why I wanted to speak to you. I realized something that day in Hogsmeade. You displayed such courage fighting that troll, and Serona wasn't intimidated one bit by Rookwood and Harlow. Both of you have inspired me to take a stand of my own.
What sort of stand?
Men like Rookwood and Harlow are the reason my mother and I left Matibililand. I am not going to sit by and watch them destroy my new home.
So her village was destroyed by a rampaging tribe of warlords, is what I'm reading into that.
Good.
Whether we'll touch on it, I don't know.
Are a dangerous pair. And the fact that they're working with Ranrock, well...
All the more reason they must be stopped. Rumor has it that Theophilus Harlow runs Rookwood's day-to-day operations. Taking him down would cripple Rookwood's entire enterprise.
How do
That
you
may
know
be
this?
true, but shouldn't Officer Singer handle someone like Harlow?
I spoke with her. She was polite, but perhaps understandably would not discuss details with a student.
But you
I
know
overheard
things.
some of Rookwood's lot talking about a massive poaching operation that Harlow is planning.
What?
I was thinking that we could investigate a bit. Try to get the evidence that Officer Singer needs.
All right, but how?
I am going to watch and listen, find out precisely what Harlow is up to. I shall reach out when I know more.
How?
In the meantime, remember, I am here if you need me.
Thank you, Natty.
How do you know who they are?
Be on
Where
your
did you go to listen? When did you go to listen? If you've got the information, why didn't the police officer know you had the information? What?
What's going on here?
Oh god. So yeah, no is the answer to all of that. That makes kind of precious little sense. But let's go over here because oh god, that's gonna take ages. No, let's go around the lake. Stop it. Right.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
Climb the damn fence. Yeah, another example I think of the game being quite nice when you're exploring, and then you get to the bit where it tries to move the plot forward and it doesn't go very well. These two people are the
I've
same.
no idea who it is you think I might have seen. I've been busy with my research. I do not have time to...
Victor Rookwood don't give a doxy's nip back your time. Oi! Speak of the devil. Mr. Rookwood would like a word with you.
A student? You can't be...
Enough out of you. Leave her alone.
Stupefy!
Why did you stupefy the floor?
Levioso.
Juggling mechanics.
Levioso. This is a fast way to get yourself
Okay, he's dead. I've killed a man. I'm now a murderer. Oh dear. I'm assuming I will be arrested for that.
Light go out of your eyes.
Okay. Great, new enemy types. I'm just gonna try and kill her. Wait, what's the red thing? Oh, it's fire. Okay, die. I think. Is it? Can I throw a rock at her? Yes, I can. in hell.
No, don't.
Well, that was effective. So I always regarded juggling in fighting games as cheating, but apparently in this game it is your basic
What on earth
fighting
just
mechanic.
happened? I've never been accosted in such a manner, and so close to Hogwarts.
Are you all right?
I am, thanks in no small part to your excellent defensive skills. Care to tell me why 2 Ashwinders were ready to dispatch me to get to you?
Ashwinders?
Victor Rookwood's thieves and extortionists, his little cronies. They seemed quite keen on you.
It's a long story, but thank you for your help.
Well, you've avoided them for the moment. Priya warned me things were getting dangerous. Best get moving on my research before they return.
You're a researcher?
Nora Treadwell at your service, historian and archaeologist specializing in Merlin's work and life.
Merlin? Of the legend of King Arthur?
The very same. Merlin attended Hogwarts, you know, and I'm studying some curious fixtures he left here centuries ago.
Fixtures?
These vine-covered pillars, dozens of them, all around the area. I've taken to calling them the Trials of Merlin. I believe he created them as a diversion for his fellow Slytherins. He was terribly fond of puzzles and enigmas.
I can see why you're so interested in Merlin.
The extent
I'd
of
be
your
keen
main
to know
character's
more about the
responses.
trials.
That's fascinating.
Well, then,
That's
I'll let you in on a
interesting.
little
That's
secret.
really fascinating.
No one has
That's
yet managed
that's
to
really
figure out
interesting.
how they work. But I believe I have just unlocked a crucial clue. I suspect that Mallowsweet is an important component in getting the trials to work.
That sounds like a familiar name. I think that's a kind of
Versatile
weed.
herb. Merlin
Yes, it is.
repeatedly mentioned it in his writings. I had just arrived to test my theory when I was so rudely interrupted.
Please don't make me
You
collect
see,
things.
Each swirl in Merlin's writing
Again?
has a symbol in the centre. That started me thinking, what if...
The Mallowsweet is meant to be placed at the centre of the symbols.
Precisely. Would you care to do the honours? We can see what comes of our little hypothesis.
Oh, you could have done this yourself
I brought
hours
a
ago.
trunk chock full of Mallowsweet with me. It's just over there by my tent.
This trunk?
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
Thank you.
I have the Mallowsweet.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the Mallowsweet on the swell, and we'll see what happens.
A jurist, Chinese chomping, mandrake, visibility, focus, maxima. No. Oh, okay, it's that simple.
My word! Did you see that? The vines disappeared.
What should I do now?
This is uncharted territory. I am curious
Incendio.
about these pyres.
Yes.
Revelio. Incendio.
Merlin's beard!
The flames make the pyre sink.
So I was just too far away when I did it the first time. Apparently that's the reason.
Merlin's beard! How beautiful!
Yeah, see, like, I was expecting puzzles to be more complicated. I remember I said hours ago when we started that I thought the puzzles would get more complicated as the game went on. I didn't expect to be like 4 hours and 44 minutes into a stream and basically half a bottle of whiskey down and finding it just as easy to solve the puzzles as I did right at the beginning of the game. Not sure that's necessarily a good sign.
How does it work? I must review my notes. I may have missed something.
Are all of the trials like this one?
Oh,
Yeah, or Vesper said that it didn't work because the game wasn't ready for me to do it. That could also be it, to be honest.
You should feel free to solve them as you come across them. I believe I have what I need to continue my research. My guess is that each will also require mallow sweet, which you can find in Hogsmeade should you need more. I really must be off. Such a pleasure to meet you. And do be careful out here. Now, I've got what I needed. I shall return to the safety of my notes and books.
To be fair, that's a fairly imaginative way of loading out assets from a game. I'll give it that. Right, we're nearly at the 5-hour mark. I'll have a look what this chap wants me to do. Oh God, email.
You're quite the enterprising young Ravenclaw. Professor Fig tells me you found a long-lost book for him. I'd like to talk to you about it.
Isn't that the guy from the shop? Couldn't he have talked to me about that when I was there?
Hello, can I help you?
Oh, thank goodness. Yes, my name is Grace Pinch Smedley. Of the Bath Pinch Smedleys? I was hoping someone would come along soon. I was about to defy my father's wishes and would never have forgiven myself. You see, I need to retrieve something from the bottom of the lake. Might you be the one to help me?
I'll fetch you a rock.
Diving into the lake sounds like an adventure. Tell me more.
Splendid! Precisely the response I'd hoped for.
What do you need help retrieving?
Years ago, my grandfather, who fancied himself quite the astronomer, set sail from Hogsmeade Station for what was meant to be a quick stargazing cruise with my grandmother. They never returned.
I'm so sorry. What happened to them?
We can't be sure. We only know that neither they nor their boat made it back to shore. They were presumed drowned. Father was so distraught that he forbade our family from setting foot on or in the Black Lake ever again. A treasured family astrolabe vanished with them that night. If you could dive down and retrieve it, I may be able to bring my father some peace.
You seem to think I might have heard of the Bath Pinch Smedleys. Why would I know your family?
That's like asking why the sky is blue or grass is green. The Pinch Smedley name is synonymous with intellectual
Yeah, Dave asked if it was written by 10 to 12, written for 10 to 12-year-olds.
Contributions to science and art.
Hard to say.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of us, frankly. But
it feels like that, but it also feels like it wasn't supposed to be restricted to that age group. I think the game has struggled to identify its audience, and it's not done a very good job,
especially for something of mere sentimental value.
I understand.
Yeah, it's not done a good job of universalizing itself. Like, ideally, you can bring younger kids into the game. You have easier difficulty settings, and you can bring them into the puzzle-solving mechanics. You don't set the bar as low as they are and expect them to meet it. You raise the bar a bit and give them the means to transgress it, or transcend it even.
About a furlong from
but yeah,
it would be wonderful to have my grandfather's astrolabe back. I do hope you find the astrolabe. It would mean so much to our family.
It sounds as if her astrolabe is just northeast of the dock. I should dive down and see.
I could have figured that out myself, but thank you. Where's the dock? I said, I could figure that out for myself, except that I don't know actually like where I am. Is that a dock? I guess it is. Northeast of the dock. How does swimming work? What would have been helpful is if the game gave me some, like, I'm happy figuring out puzzles. Figuring out controls is something that you could find a way of...
This must be where the Pinch Smedley family astrolabe is.
Okay, I'm sure it is. How do I dive? Chat, you might have to help me. I'm pressing all of the buttons and I cannot dive up. How do I... Like, I've pressed everything. How do I... I have literally pressed all of the buttons. No, all of the buttons includes L3 and R3. Alt F4. Very good. No. Have I just swum out here without the... Do I have to go and do a quest to learn how to dive? I wouldn't put it past the game. Interesting. No, can't tilt the camera. Oh no, I am stranded in the middle of a lake that I've swum out to for no very good reason. Oh, I actually have to go. Oh, really? 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 It's just a thing. Oh my god, there I was expecting it to be more complicated, and it was in fact terrifyingly... Oh no, it wasn't that. Oh no, there's more. Oh god. So you don't dive. You just go to bits of nice flashing light on the water. It wasn't that either. Okay. Why are there solar protection spectacles in the lake? Oh, I got it. Hooray! I solved the puzzle, guys. I thought the game had a mechanic that I had to learn. But no, it turns out I just had to go and find a nice light patch on the surface of the lake and press the square button. I've solved a puzzle. I can't believe I actually lost basically 2 minutes trying to... Oh no, I thought the game would be actually complicated. That's actually quite embarrassing. Oh no. Well, I did because I thought that I can't even climb the fucking pier. Oh my god. I mean, oh god damn it. Move. It's forgivable on... It's forgivable on the Switch. Like, the Switch can't generate complex environments because of its processing capacity. So when you're doing Breath of the Wild, like, it's acceptable you would find light patches on water that you press a button to go down on. But this one, this is a AAA PS5 game.
I did. I hope it makes your father happy.
It will. I can't wait to see his face. Thank you so much for doing this for me and for my family. You do well to keep an eye out for more spots to dive. A diver of your caliber is certain to find all sorts of things down there.
What do you mean, a diver of my caliber? It didn't take any skill.
But I do hope you keep diving.
Look, I can see it from here now. There's a white thing over there that I could press the square button to find, but because it's so fucking easy, I'm not going to. I've leveled up. Right, I think I'm suitably annoyed now. We fulfilled a quest. I'm going to make sure I have triggered that little fire thing, haven't I? So I can fast travel back here if I ever want to depress myself again. I'm not talking to you.
I never thought Ramrock's lawyers
I think,
would go this far.
yeah. I think coming up to 5 hours, probably done. Interesting. there's some things to like about the game. Some things I do like about the game. The mechanics that are so simple, they trick you by being too simple for you. Not a fan. Not a fan of the dialogue, voice acting, plot writing. Some of the mechanics. It's a lovely looking world, like the magic. It reminds me of nice things. That's fun. But I don't know. I don't really know what I was expecting from the game, to be honest. It's a serviceable open world film tie-in, which is not too high a praise, but also not too low a praise either, I guess. It's got potential. I mean, I'm not tired of it. I think I could do more. I probably will do more. I want to see where it's going. It's just that whenever it goes anywhere, it's just a bit kind of, I think it could have been more. Is the answer to that? But yes, I reckon we've got 5 minutes. Let's clock off at like 5 hours neatly. This was supposed to be the Hogwarts Legacy plus 100k Q&A stream. So if anyone has any final questions they want to fire off in the last 5 minutes, now is your time to do it. And otherwise, I'm gonna hit the save button. And or does it save like automatically? I think it does. Let's have a check. Save game. It doesn't. Okay, that was good. I could have lost nearly 5 hours of progress. Hooray. But yeah, chat, what do you think of the game? Now you've seen a good few hours of it. If you haven't played it yourself, is it what you were expecting it to be? Is it, better? Worse? I'm not sure. I know Scott says Minecraft looks better. I'm not that critical of it. I just thought, yeah, just maybe more. Todd Salisbury asks, have I ever drunk Bushk? I don't know what that is, so I think the answer is no. My drink of choice, Johnny Walker Black, is a drink that is so cheap you can get it anywhere, but it's not so cheap that you can't drink it. So I'd recommend that, and it's also Christopher Hitchens' favourite whiskey, because you can get it even in the Arab countries. It's the unofficial national drink of most of the Arab states. Skelmersdale, what happened to the weekly political streams? As soon as I have time and my friend decides he wants to get back into them, we will do them again. Tentatively, we will get back to them. Shit, I can't keep up. Would I recommend the game for full price? I don't know. I think if you're a big Harry Potter fan, yes. If you're not, but you would like to see how it is, I would wait until the release date. Don't pay full price for the deluxe edition. I would wait probably until it comes out for general audience, because honestly, what you're getting as well for the extra money isn't really worth it as far as I've seen. It's like a few decorations and one quest, plus early access. But if you don't care that much, then why would you? Yeah, I've already lost track. Oh no, my antivirus is now blocking the chat. Oh, very professional. Am I going to talk about Velma more possibly after the Avatar video, which will hopefully be this weekend? Will I marry Savio covers? Probably not, but no offense. You'll have to like get me drunk first. What else have we got? What media do I find myself going back to? Which I wouldn't necessarily rate that highly. There's a couple of, it's mostly like books and audiobooks, I think. There's a couple of old series that I grew up with. There's a really nice audiobook series or book series that you can find on Audible called Night Runner by Lynn Llewellyn, which is not like high literature by any means. And the first one takes a while to get going because she tries to be a bit too Tolkien-esque, but once she's settled down into her world building and she has a natural charm to her, and her characters have a life and a charm to them. And it's not like intelligent literature, but it is quite fulfilling. I think it's quite wholesome. Also, it's a good example of how you do gay romance but without preaching about it. And some of the world building is actually quite good. So if you haven't ever heard of Night Runner by Lynn Llewellyn, probably those and the Mortal Engines books as well, on much the same grounds. It's quite charming. It's not challenging. It's not something you want to read to learn from particularly, but it has a nice sort of rustic air to it. So yeah, those two, Night Runner definitely, and the Hungry Cities quartet. Also the prequels, which are, is it Fever Crumb, I think? Yeah, there's a charm to them, which I would recommend. Taylor Ramirez asks, favorite book series? Have I read Brandon Sanderson? I'm not familiar with Brandon Sanderson, so I don't know. I don't think so. Favorite book series depends. You have to catch me in the mood, but like I'll read The Lord of the Rings quite often, like probably once a year, I'd guess. And I've just gone back to the Harry Potter books actually just before this stream, just to reacquaint myself, and there is a good, charming element to those as well. Otherwise, I've mentioned Mary Reynolds' Alexander the Great trilogy, which is definitely worth reading. I tend to go for authors more than necessarily series, so like anything Gore Vidal, Evil in War, definitely. I will read Evil in War basically once a month, any given book. Good place to start would probably be Decline and Fall, which was his first book. Brideshead Revisited is lovely and tragic, but not as funny as the rest. Yeah. Evil in War, if you've not yet, if there's one recommendation, Evil in War. Basically my entire prose style is pinched from him. Favorite fantasy game? Good question. Favorite fantasy game? I'm struggling. I played loads growing up, but they're not sticking in the mind. Like, the most favorite of the recent ones the boring answer would be Elden Ring. I guess, but that's because, you know, it stands out as something sort of very, very unique, brilliantly crafted. Story doesn't really exist, but it's worthy of the awards that it got. Otherwise, I'm kind of struggling to think of them, to be honest. I think I probably played more sci-fi than fantasy. I probably read more sci-fi than fantasy as well. Have I watched The Last of Us? Yes, all 4. The only episode I liked and paid attention to, that was episode 3. The rest of it was just, like, I've seen The Walking Dead. I've seen a lot of The Walking Dead. I don't really need more of The Walking Dead. Episode 3 was the only one that really sought to tell a story in a new and innovative way. Lots of people thought that it was filler content or a distraction or a sideshow, and missed the fact that what it was doing was giving us Joel's idealized counterpoint. So Bill is basically what's the word I'm looking for here? He's a dramatic counterpoint. He is what Joel could have been had Joel's life gone differently. So the episode, while focusing on Bill, is giving us more about Joel than we think that it is. And it's also, you know, it portrays a really nice, loving relationship without lapsing too much into cliche. It lapses a little bit with the show tunes. The other 3 episodes just sort of like, it's well produced, it's well put together. I didn't mind it. It just doesn't really catch my attention. Whenever I find myself watching episodes 1, 2, or 4, I always sort of in the back of my mind think I could be doing something else, and usually end up doing something else, which maybe isn't the best sign for a show. What else have we got? Have I ever read Cradle by Will Wright, I think that is? I've not. No, I've not heard of it either, but I will check that out. If I had to choose between The Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, it would honestly have to be Star Wars. Partly for nostalgia, partly because the old expanded universe has 30 years of hundreds of writers creating different content for it, whereas The Lord of the Rings has immense cogent depth, but nevertheless, one writer's expansive imagination, but I think it's probably less expansive than Star Wars is. Plus, well, no, maybe... good question. If you asked me tomorrow, my answer would be different. My instinctive answer now is Star Wars, as long as it contains all of the expanded universe as well. But yes, Daniel Sweeney is right that Lord of the Rings has more complex heroes. It does. But does it have as much story? I mean, if you go... Well, then again, do you include the Silmarillion? The Silmarillion has a huge amount of myth-making, which isn't... It's a related discipline. No, I just think there's more like expansive stuff to do with Star Wars, and also you can imagine yourself writing, or I can imagine myself writing Star Wars more readily than I can imagine myself writing more of The Lord of the Rings, because Star Wars is kind of imperfect, but it gives you all of the tools you need to create a part of the galaxy for yourself. Whereas The Lord of the Rings is almost more perfect, and thereby leaving you with less room to create, I guess. So yeah, I think probably tentatively Star Wars over Lord of the Rings. My Rings of Power Part 3, yep, that will be on the agenda after Avatar is done. I'm not sure how long that will take, but I will get there eventually. Do I ever watch EFAP? I've been on EFAP. I've probably spent a day in hours on EFAP. Love the guys. They're the reasons I do this. The reasons I do my video stuff anyway. So yes, all power to them. And do I plan on watching Fallout when Amazon releases it? Yes, if only because it's my job. So I will. Yeah, do I hope anything for it? Probably not. I think that could go really, really, really badly wrong. So we will we'll see with that, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I think given that my voice is going, my whiskey is almost run out, and my ear is aching from my headphones, we will probably wrap it up here. But thank you so much for everyone for joining. It was like more than I expected. I might try and come back to the game. I might try and make it a weekly thing, but it depends on like work schedule. Obviously I've got lots of video editing stuff and Judas, which I'm still doing some writing for, which is exciting stuff, which I can't reveal, sadly. But yeah, I might come back to this in a week. We will see. But thank you everyone for sticking with us, and I may see you again soon. Have a good night, everyone. Bye bye.